Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Thursday, so that means we're going to play some Factorio space exploration with Krastorio², and I'm still going to carry on pounding my head against trying to get this system up and working and making all of the modules we need, because as we discussed in the video, or as I discussed, to be honest, I was doing it all on my own in the video on the last few days. All of these systems are missing something. Whether it's up here we're missing all of the Vita products that are coming through, here we're missing all of the energy catalogs, down here we're missing a lot of the iridium products and things like that, and also no, that seems to be all. I think that's all we're missing. Yes. Anyway, so there are things missing. So there is work to be done around here to make sure we get everything up and running. Hello everyone. Hello Doopy and Doopy, and also Tristan, Mike, and Marc, of course, and Tack and Gelquin. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining, and right, let's see what we're going to do. So what should we do first? I think we were just talking about there being our alert graph down on Norvis, which you're all going to be very, very familiar with now because of the video that came out yesterday for non-supporters at least, is showing a shortage of vulcanite, I believe. Yes, over here. So we're according to this, we don't have any vulcanite. Oh, is it doing?
It's currently unloading.
Apparently, it's doing the audio crackly noise thing again. That's frustrating. I had this. I thought this computer was okay about that sort of thing, but apparently not. Okay, I shall have a bit of a fiddle with things and see if I can get it to behave. That's just been turning the capture card off and on again. Is it still the same? Okay. That's very very annoying. I could just unplug the webcam. That seemed to fix it before. Let's do that, because then at least it's a watchable stream for you all, right? Oh, it's better. Okay. In that case, I won't do anything else. If that's sorted it, then I'll leave it alone. Okay. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you for bringing it up, and also for telling me that it was. And I suppose I'm not sure who I'm thanking for it being an easy fix, but anyway, I am very glad of that. So, right, it looks like a ship has just arrived from Agnea and is unloading. So it could be that we were, and there is now getting on for a. Okay, so yeah, we've got the vulcanite is pouring out, not as fast as it's pouring in, because we've got 4 belts going in and 2 coming out. But we are, yeah, there clearly was a shortage of vulcanite, so it is quite possible that the graph was actually correct. Let's have another look at it. I mean, you'd hope it'd be correct, but there's also a chance it's not wired up to things properly. There's still no blobs appearing on here. We've got a signal of... you've got a signal of 2.6 thousand vulcanite coming in at the bottom here. So I think it's probably is valid, and it's dividing by 5,000. So yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with the vulcanite signal. I think we just run out, probably because of the issues we were having last week. Hello, Metbar. Oh, and also hello, Shiro Warrior, Tyler. I said hello to Ty, and hello, Ordo, and Andreas. And Andras. Hello, everyone.
Biolog catalogs 1, 3 are at max currently, at 1,000 or a bit above 1,000.
Right. Okay. It looks like these numbers here are wrong then. So not these numbers. These numbers are wrong. So that should be dividing by 50 rather than 100, I guess. There we go. Just like that. It's full.
That you're storing 2,000 of the Astro ones. Given you have twice as much. The Astro is still dividing by 100.
Yeah, you might well be right.
Because you got... So you're both storing 1,000, but you have 2 warehouses, and you're storing 1,000 in each of them.
Ah, that makes sense.
Whereas Marc has 1 warehouse, and he's storing it. Or
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
As it should be.
How many can you fit in a train? Well, I suppose it doesn't matter, because the train will just sit there until it fills 1,000. Up. But okay. Yeah, all right. It's probably Marc's way is probably better then. Hello, Unfizzy. Welcome. Right. So, given that problem is now sorted, there you go. We've got a couple of blocks on the old vulcanite supply over here now. So we've got that's got us up. We've got up to presumably a bit more than 10,000. Yeah, 12,000 now. So that is working nicely. However, I am going to have a quick look around at the various places that I'm responsible for. And make sure they seem to be working properly. So over here, yes, it looks like the vulcanite is flowing. if the vulcanite is flowing, that sort of suggests that everything is probably okay, because, well, there is vulcanite coming in here, and it's not backed up around here, which suggests it's flowing out at the other end. So that looks, at a very quick glance, appears to be okay. We've got it coming in from the core fragments over here are being processed. Lovely. The stations over here, we have a half-full warehouse here, we have a half-full warehouse there. This all looks absolutely fine. I think we have a good, healthy supply of vulcanite. All the processing seems to be running. This one's a little bit slow, but that's because it's the overspill from the crushing over here. So that all seems to be great. Up in orbit, there is sort of 300 and something stacks here in the warehouses. So that means when the spaceship comes back, there'll be more stuff available for it very, very quickly. But that's probably a good thing, really. It's on its way? Yeah, it's on its way back again already. So that looks like by the time it gets back there won't be an entire spaceship's worth of stuff for it. So I think that's probably fine. So that one's good. The other one that I'm responsible for is Talos. So let's have a quick look down here. This one's jammed up. Well, actually, no. This could just be that the train has gone up top for unloading. Now we seem to be running a little bit low on sulfur, which is a slight concern. We've got plenty of cryonite and we've got plenty of vulcanite, and the train is not here. But if the train is at the opposite end and is active, and it is, there we go. It is actively unloading and actively loading. So things look absolutely fine here. It's got quite a lot of sulfur in it, so I think this is probably going to be absolutely fine. Over here, there's 5,000 sulfur available over here as well. Yes, this all looks like it's working to me. We're getting a stream of stuff through. There is more beryllium being fed in at the bottom end. I think this is all actually working nicely. So yeah, mark that on the calendar as something very, very unusual, because that never happens. So let's get back over to Norvis Orbit and start thinking once again about this system. So Justin pointed out in comments on the videos that one of these was set wrongly. Which one was it?
That's material, didn't you say energy?
I did. Thank you. One of these is set wrongly. Probably one of these then.
Also, you'll note that there was a train there. Dropping off.
Oh yes, yes there was. Awesome. Energy Catalogue 1, belt conditions for unloading. Energy Catalogue 1. Oh, belt conditions, so it's these ones. That should be an Energy Catalogue 1. And presumably, so should that one. Yeah, okay, I didn't need to click on all of these because it's really obvious because they've got the alt mode tells you what they're filtered to if you actually just look at it and apply your brain. It's over here where they were setting correctly. Yeah, that's the one, Doopy. 21st of September 2023, a day that shall live on in infamy. Limit tier 3 modules in Norvis drop-off station is the next thing on my list. So this is basically where I go through and I fix all of the things that I noticed were broken when I was making the video, and I went, hang on, doing it like that it seems to be a bad idea. So over here, these are my tier 3 modules where they get dropped off. And so these are all being fed into the warehouses along here, but there's no limit on these. So we could bring infinite numbers across. So I think... oh no, it's just the speed modules. So over here, we have an if less than 2,000, output 1L, and then set the train limit. So that's the train limit of... Yeah, so these two both have more than 2,000, so these are both turned off. Over here... there is a cable missing for reasons unknown. I have a suspicion that it might have been because this pylon was... No, the pylon's not in the way. I don't know. Anyway, there should be a pylon like that is saying if less than 2,000. Yep, so that's correct. And over here, set train limit with an L, set train limit. So the train limit is currently 1. That's correct because we don't want to... we want a train to come in and bring us some speed modules. There just aren't any available at the moment. Okay, so that's that one. The next thing on the list... is to come over here and prevent the speed modules and to prevent all of the tier 3 modules being brought over to this system. And so we've got this system here where all of the stuff that should be loaded into the train gets brought over and taken up into space to be used on the space bus, gets brought over by all of these belts, fed up here. But if it's one of the things that isn't on this massive array of belts, typically because it's a building like a laser cannon or an assembly machine or I don't know what else, all those sort of things then get brought over by bot, dropped into this blue chest. However, we have options here to say, actually, there are some things that we don't want to bring over like that. And I want to add in the tier 3 modules. So we want to put in a minus 1 million of those. and minus 1 million of those. And the same again with the efficiency modules, because we don't want them to be brought over by bot, because that's a bit silly. It doesn't work with the way we're trying to do things anymore. So what I want to happen from here is I'm not going to feed them in up these belts here. I mean, I could. They are all available on the belts down here they are. I could bring them up, but we're running a bit short of space, and they're being brought up by this train instead. And so I would rather make this warehouse into a green one, apparently, but apparently we don't have any green warehouses. Let's make it into a red warehouse for now, and then try and turn it back into a green warehouse later. So we'll do that for the time being. We'll let a bot flit over and swap that over, and then at some point I'll try and remember to turn that back into a green one, because it would be quite nice to drop off any rogue tier 3 modules that we happen to have here as well. But for now, I'll settle for being able to take them from here as well when they're required. Okay, that was fairly easy. The next thing is to take a look at Module City on Norvis, because it's problematic at the moment. By problematic, I mean it's just a bit slow. Now we've got a shortage of, as ever, we've got a shortage of the Imersite crystals, which are required to make the tier 3 blue modules. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's request a green warehouse for Orbit. I don't know if we're actually making them anywhere. It's quite possible that whilst we'll be making green chests, we might not be making green warehouses. I honestly don't know. But yeah, let's request one and see what happens. I would like to have... let's just have 2 of these time, because more than that is going to be a bit excessive. 2 green warehouses coming up the train. Yeah, I could put in green chests along the back of here and have them feed into this warehouse, but then bots will come along and steal from... They'll start stealing from here to put them into the green chests, and that would be very, very silly. So we don't want that to happen. Oh, also, we have no logistics connection over here, so I also need to tell you to be a normal mode roboport, and has that broken all the roboportery around here? Looks okay at a glance. Yeah, this does seem to be still connected down to down there, and up here we still have full green coverage to absolutely everywhere. So that seems to be fine. So we can now get the modules from here if they ever come up in the train, and that's a pretty big if, because that doesn't seem to be programmed properly. Let's go back to Module City, and I think at the moment there's not a lot I can do with it. I think the limiting factor over here isn't so much the machines that are making things. Let's say the green, and they're tier 1s. Green tier 3s are, what are they limited? What are you limited by? What are you limited by? Oh, you're limited by the speed the tier 2s are coming in. Okay, the tier 2s are coming in from here. They are limited by machine capacity. So let's just do a quick upgrade of them and them, and see how that, and that'll help quite a bit, I think. Down here, you are limited by one of the inputs. There's not enough copper cables coming in here. Why on earth are copper cables coming in like this? That's very strange. Mike, you are a very strange person. Okay, I mean, that is kind of working. They are being brought up here. They're just, yeah, it's just a bit dribbly and pathetic. All right, well, we'll look at that again in the future. On the productivity side, this seems to be all of the... I know, again, we've got a shortage of the tier 2s coming in, and that's because there's a shortage of the tier 1s coming in, and that's because there's a shortage of something. Oh, hang on, that's also tier 2s. Tier 1s, because there's a shortage of, electronic components. And that's a problem because there's a shortage of, don't you love Factorio, them being made. And that's a problem because there was a shortage of silicon, but a silicon train has just arrived, I suspect. And so we are now starting to build them again. Okay, fine, I guess. It needs keeping an eye on. We are somewhat undersupplied down here. This system was probably, despite the sheer number of machines down here, probably not built for the sort of rate we're going to be needing stuff at. I don't really want to rip up the entire thing and rebuild it. That seems somewhat crazy. but I might end up having to. We shall see. I'm not gonna touch this anymore for now. I'll just sort of worry about it later. Does say finish upgrading stations? So there's a few more that there are a few more stations that are still on quintuple warehouses, like this one up here. This is one I can do. So if we come in here and we get rid of all of the warehouses, and no, not the pylons. If we get rid of all the warehouses and the belt, all the warehouses like that, all the inserters, and then these belts, and then we can paste in one of these here like this, and that should, we don't need you, that should then all get upgraded to be a more modern, sleek, elegant, happy station. Oh, and we've had a drop-off of imersite crystals while I wasn't looking. So now we can start making the tier 3 speed modules. So we'll have a few of those coming through. Then down here, all of these are horrible multi-station, multi-warehouse stations. So in order to... Was it not? Oh, crap. You're probably right. Oh, yeah, yes, you're right. There we go. Paste. That goes there. Yes, yeah, I should have realised because it was a red. The warehouse was highlighted in red rather than in blue. So yeah, we definitely still don't need those though. All that can get right. Yeah, that looks better. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, regular. So down here, what do we have in here? We've got 10 stacks in those. 138 stacks in each of these. That's quite a lot. That's going to be difficult to upgrade. I could rotate some belts here to stop it being this filling up. I could pump it all back through. There isn't. Hang on, 130, 260. No, there isn't quite room to pump all of these back through into here. So I can't do anything about that yet. I could fix this one if I rotate that there, and then rotate all of these. And these. And these. And then unlink all of these cables. Then those will all flow. This will flow all of the all these modules back into this warehouse, and there's easily room for them all to go in. And then I can put a proper station in afterwards. So we'll get rid of all of these as well. Also need to hook up this warehouse to that pylon, to that pylon, to that pylon, which means it then goes to there. Yeah, Tristan hasn't pre-done most of the work here, so I have to be a little bit more careful and, do it properly. Do I want to leave that there? I guess I could just leave that there with a supply of... That's an awful lot in that thing there. Let's drop that down to say to connect and only pump through when the number of speed 3s is lower than 500. There we go. In fact, you know what? If I flip this round and undo that for now. Oh yeah, and I need to unlimit this warehouse as well. That would help. I said I need to unlimit this. There we go. Right, there we go. We can now pour all of these back into here as we want. If these bots would come out, that'd be nice. Or I could do it manually, I suppose. There we go. Right, so now we can unload all of these warehouses. And now I need to do exactly the same down here. That, and along here. Ugh. There we go. Right, so I can do the same with that one, and once again, and again, I should as always continue all the way down the wasp name, doing this and do this for the third one as well. At least this will give me a distraction while I'm waiting for the And it occurs to me I shouldn't have been doing that first. I should have been rotating these first so the stuff would at least flow in the right direction. Also, on a similar note, oh yes, I need to unlimit this. Spin that round. And then along here. Oh, no. There we go. That looks promising. Why are you not running? Oh, I haven't unlimited this one. So the problem with doing things in sort of semi-parallel is I lose track of where I've got to. There's no... Okay, we're not putting efficiency modules onto the something or other network. Interesting. Okay, so did that bit. I need to do the red cables along here. So there, there, and there. While I'm at it, let's start pulling up all of these and all of these. And I've done those already. Right, okay, so we can get rid of the warehouses, oh, I need to put in a green cable for that as well, because we apparently are keeping track of how many how many modules we have on the green circuit as well, which is odd. I think that might be down to some of Mike's weirdnesses, because I don't think this is something that we're putting on the graph, which is normally why we have stuff on the green network. But still, I'll try not to break it too much. You connect, and there we go, that. Oops, never mind, I'll ignore that. Ignore that fuel that's been put in there. Pay no attention to it. Down here, these are all gone, so we can get rid of the warehouses. Oh, get rid of the belts as well, that would be a good idea. And the same here. And then I can think about putting in a green belts to do the to do loading the trains up again, like we've seen elsewhere. Right, that's all great. Oh, I see. That's because that's a red warehouse, so that's why there isn't a red chest. In fact, you know what? Let's just do that for all of these, rather than having a red warehouse that is kind of unnecessary. And we can get rid of that. Wait, what? Okay, that's fine. We now have supposedly a train. Yes, we do in fact have a train's worth. Nice. So this means I now need to actually put these belts in and stop prevaricating around the proverbial. So I need to put. I want to put in. Let's do the belts first, and then maybe the loaders will put themselves down correctly. So we want to have a belt going across here, up here. Same on the other side, cross and up, and same here and here. And then we get a green loader, and we go loader, 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 loader. Then I can probably just copy that and put it in here and here, and boom, just like that. Well, actually, lots of these loaders are the wrong way round, but there's a sort of a 50-50 whether they'll end up being corrected by when they're actually placed. It is a dark art to which I'm not entirely familiar. And oh no, wait, oh, don't delete that unless. Oh, is it empty now? No, it's not empty. Let's carry on emptying it by bot then. I do want that to be emptied. That one is empty, so we can get rid of that. And there isn't one on this one. Right. Okay. So there we go. That once all this comes out and gets built, as long as these drop in the correct way round, then this will all be working correctly. I need to come back. I'll need to come back and have a look at this just to make sure I've got it right. Oh yes, there was a Roboport gap as well over here, which is why none of this has been built properly. Are you in? Yes, you're in construction mode. So let's copy you and put you. It needs to go sort of here-ish, and it also needs to have power. Let's just put it here and then give it power. The old-fashioned. Let's put it here, and then it's just got power because it's next to that pylon. There we go, and that's going to have coverage for all of this, I think. There we go. Let's fix that problem.
Anyone know why a blue chest wouldn't be requesting stuff from the warehouses of shame?
Should be, because they're the yellow warehouses, aren't they? Shameful ones.
Yeah.
Oh, those haven't put down correctly. That makes a nice change.
Are they requesting from something else by priority?
They're not requesting anything. It's not turning
Is
up.
it? I mean, I'm pointing at the obvious here a little bit. Are both in orange Roboport areas, and are those Roboport areas linked? They don't have to be all orange, but they do have to all be linked together.
I haven't actually checked the warehouse. Warehouses of Shame are in orange, so yeah,
Okay.
they are both in orange, and they're both in the factory, and the other ones got built by bot. So
Seems likely then, doesn't it, that it's all correct? Fix Holm Boom intermediates and Science Park stuff. That was what Tristan has done. Set rough data substrate tainted to part when full of substrate. Ah, yes. This was a juicy little problem and made me feel a little bit silly. So down here we have not you. Down here somewhere along here. This one. You are the problem train. So down here we have this. We have the system where we are loading up the substrate train, but it's then not clearing off when it's full. So I'm just going to dispatch it manually for now, just to get it gone because it needs to keep moving while I faff around fixing things. So I need to put that, in order to do so, I need to put that there and that there. I need to put that there. I need to.
You're not just going to do the exact thing that's been done on the other side. You're doing this completely differently.
Okay. Oh, that's in the way. Oh, it's okay. It's not connected to anything. Which other? Oh, the other side. It's no. I'm going to do it. No, I'm going to do it slightly differently because I don't trust it to produce purple belts.
No, you don't. You don't need that. Lost where you are. So all you have to do is move those measuring ones back a space so that there's space, and then the stopping ones, I mean, and then measure on the ones after them, and add that to the input of this combinator.
But there's nothing stopping it.
That's what those lighting up.
So
That's what these two belts are.
no, because it's never going to get to less than. It's never going to get to less than one. Sort of less than 0, because it's never going. It's never going. It's going to take more than one train's worth to bring up enough substrates. So those are never going to stop it. So I can't read
What?
from.
No, so the top one, you move it up a belt so that it's back from the loader, and then you measure like these two are. What's on the belt?
No, that won't
this one
work
says-
because it's going to be a solid belt coming through.
That's what inactivity's for.
Oh, inactivity.
It's
Oh,
not.
I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, that probably would have worked too. Do I want to just undo
Because
everything?
now you have to connect the logic of this in with the logic of how the other one's already working.
I was just going to have it send it yeah, all right, I'll do it your way. I think this would have worked perfectly well. No, don't be stupid game. Thank you. That might have been okay. There might have been sufficiently little. Oh, you've turned the underground around as well.
I turned the underground around.
Thank you. Yeah,
Immediately.
it's the lag on the on inputs when you're not the server. It keeps getting me. That does because I'll be pointing at one thing and I'll hit R, or I'll try and pick something up and hit R and it'll rotate, or be pointing at the wrong. I'll press R to rotate something and it rotates the wrong thing. Because in the time between it thinking about it and me doing the thing, it's done an input. It's done the input at the wrong time, basically. Did that make any sense?
I think I know what you mean.
Okay. I can't connect to that because I need the cable to be put in first. Yeah, it breaks anyway, which has causes me to grumble occasionally.
You'll want that one being the measuring one, and that one being the measuring one, probably, because they're straight belts.
Yes, I was thinking that.
So you don't loop them into the pylons, you just go straight into the combinator.
I'm just going to disconnect all of this and think about it later, and think it through again. So the one going to here is this. Yeah, so we need to measure off the straights, as you say, and then we also need to pass through. Okay, I'll block it on the one. Blocking it on the ones before where we're measuring makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, because otherwise it'll just think it's full immediately. So.
And until then, you'll just get trains full of the stuff, which is fine.
Wait, I did that wrong.
Not hooked up to the pylons.
Yeah. Right, let's think this through properly. So that one, those two are going to be doing the measuring. So you are not enabling and disabling. You're just reading the belt contents, and you're reading the belt contents as a hold and as a hold. Good. So that can feed to this. What's this thing over here? No. Input plus anything is as an I. Oh right, yeah, there we go. Yes, I remember. It's been so long since I've worked on this that I've kind of forgotten how it works. So that goes to there. And then we link that and that to there, and we run through when less than 0. Run through. I'll just copy paste it. Be easier than trying to find it again. There we go. Right. So now we can fill this up, and in theory, when this fills up with the rough data substrates, even though there's
no wrong side.
Oh.
The stop start has to be before
the
yes. Reading.
And connected to the pylon as well, right? And it goes. So clearly that worked. Disconnect that. I mean, the train went, so something seems to be working. I'll come back and check on it again in a bit because that should now be fixed. Right. So for those of you watching at home who weren't paying attention, who got confused by me just getting very, very confused and scrabbling around all over the place, we've got the system here where these ones are simpler. So I'll explain it with this one and then go back to it. So we are letting stuff through if it's wanted. So we have a signal that comes down from space here. As you can see, currently we have a minus 1,000 copper ingots, which is why these have flowed through, and minus 50,000 substrates, which is why these have flowed through. Hello, Mitchell. Welcome. And the idea, so these will be let through whenever there is less than 0 of the thing. So this is getting the signal down from space and loading the train up with stuff. Over here we have we're then watching various pieces of belt, and we're saying that if hang on, no, this isn't going to work. We're going to need to tell the train. No, we're going to need to tell the train to depart when
greater than or equal to 16.
Yeah, actually that will work, won't it? Because one or the other will fill up, and this is
it means you could have one of the wagons could be full and the other one not, and it could.
Yeah, so it's not perfect, but it'll do. The alternative would be to feed these all the way down and bring them in up here, which seems like a bit of a pain. And there isn't really room for 2 more belts. Well, there is just about room for 2 more belts in, but it would slow things down. So it's better. Yeah, better like this. I'm going to keep telling myself that until I believe it. Anyway, that's that problem. That's that finished. The rough data substrate tank should now depart when it's full of substrates. Okay, the next question is: I noticed that there is stone. This isn't still Norvis. Let's go back to Norbert. I noticed that there is a stone supply on the. In theory, there is a stone supply on the space bus. Is anything that actually matters using it? It's going up here. Oh yes, it's going to be made into these space into these space science packs. So we do actually need that supply of stone to carry on happening. Now the problem we have here is that the stone stopped being brought in because it was being brought into this station up here from the recycling area, but now the recycling area is dumping everything down to ground, down through here, via this station. And so we don't have any stone being brought up here. And so I think that means we now need to set we need to go back down to Norvis again and acknowledge that this system over here needs to have stone being fed through. And my first question is, does it? My answer appears to be no. Here is stone. Okay. Oh right. So we did have. We are sort of feeding stone up, and there is currently a shortage of it. So let's just let it through, because it looks like we've got this already set up properly. We are requesting an unknown amount of stone because I can't see from there, which is helpful. yeah, I just can't see. I can't see all the way down into the negative numbers. What if I make the user interface smaller? Still can't. Smaller again. Okay, so that looks to me like 5,000 stone that we're requesting, which seems like a reasonable number. Let's have a look up top and see what the shopping list is set at up here. Oh look, we've got some stuff. I'll go back and look at that in a moment because that could be quite exciting. That might mean that things are now going to start working. One of these is requesting stone. Here we go, minus 5,000. Yeah, that's an acceptable amount of stone. So that'll work. The train will now start. This train probably will now start to bring up stone as well. In fact, maybe it has. Maybe that's why it's come up now because it's already been loaded with some stone. No, it isn't. But it's got a load of stuff anyway. Anyway, so yes, that's another one to tick off. We will now have stone being brought up here. So over here now, what is going on over here? Let's have a look. So now we have a supply of speed 3s, and therefore we've been able to make speed 4s, and well, we've run out of iridium. Typical. Okay. Oh, there's a little bit. It's because we've got the ingots into here, 1,400 of them. In fact, we're just chopping them up very, very slowly. Let's. If I module insert you, will you get some speed modules? You will. Nice. There we go. Now it'll run a little bit quicker. 2.5 times as fast, in fact, and we'll get a bit more of the iridium through. We'll be able to make these modules a bit more quickly. It does take 120 iridium plates. Bloody hell. Okay, that's many. Maybe I should be using a manufactory to plate this iridium. That's kind of obscene. I could stick a manufactory on the bottom of here and get that to do it. We'll leave that running. I suspect this is already being the limiting factor. So I think that is actually no. Let's put in the manufactory because this is already a problem and we haven't got very far yet. So let's put down some scaffolding here, like thump that. And then I can drop a manufactory on there. We'll feed in and out. We'll set this thing to output, just straight output the plates instead of doing them instead of chopping them up with the machine here. That should all be absolutely fine. We don't have a huge number. Actually, we've got a reasonable number of bearings, unless this requires 1 million bearings to make it. It requires 140. That's pretty close to 1 million. Okay, I can tell that the hard part of this is going to be bringing through these intermediates and all of the other intermediates in the appropriate in the required numbers. Over here, the holmium seems to be doing slightly better, but that might be because we had some of it backed up and buffered already. I'm not sure. We'll see how this goes. I may need to put in an assembly machine there as well. No, a manufactory in there as well. But we are getting some of the higher tiers through here. So this is the 6s. These are the ones that we need for the machine we're trying to make. So I'm going to rotate this inserter and this inserter and this inserter on the theory that 6 is quite high enough for now. Thank you very much. We'll start making modules up to tier 6. Once we have a nice healthy supply of those and we decide we want to go up another tier, then I'll think about making tier 7s as well. But at the moment that just seems a little bit obscene. And it's the tier 6s that I'm going to need in the short term as well. So I think that's probably quite a good one. Here come some of the bots with all of the with the ingredients I was asking for there. Oh, while I'm waiting for that to get built, let's go and check on Module City and make sure that everything has been built properly up here. All these stations have been put in properly. They have. That's linked in again. Let's put a limit on these stations of like a screen full, because that's about a train full, I think. So, or maybe a bit more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. All right, maybe a little bit less than that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's go down to there. So there's a couple of extra rows in as well, just in case I can't count. So you're now suitably limited. You're not getting any input, but in theory you won't get an excessive amount of modules in you. And do the same to these two as well. So that's now limited appropriately. That's very nearly full. I'm impressed with how well the productivity modules are doing, which is interesting because productivity modules I thought were the most expensive because they're the most useful. and therefore going to be the most difficult, and the ones we would churn through the most, and the one we churn through the most of, because they're the most useful, and therefore the ones that we'd be struggling with the most. But I guess not. Speed modules have stopped again, probably because we've ripped through all of that immacite, and yeah, we've ripped through all the immacite. Okay, but we have had a train of these now, so things are looking up. This is generally seems to be going pretty well, I'd say. We've got some modules, which is what I would consider to be a good start. Right, yeah, it is just the shortage of those. So down here, now I can put in a space manufactory. That's one of... Oh, no I can't. I haven't left in remotely enough room. I'm going to need significantly more of this. Like that, probably. Oops. Okay, so we'll get that in. Then we can start chopping them up a bit faster. Yes, that's a good point, Doopy. It would be good to get higher and higher and higher tiers of productivity modules, because then we can put them into the labs. We'll wait until we've made some first, and that means we'll wait until Marc has got the biological stuff up and running and flowing and nicely. And I believe he's been working on that over at the beginning of the stream, and maybe has something to tell me about it, because apparently I didn't set the station up correctly. Would you like to? Is now a good time, Marc?
I fixed it already.
Oh, you fixed it already. Okay, you say that, but so far I only have bio scrubbers. I haven't got the other one, so I guess that's the further up the chain that you're still working on.
The other stuff is a supply issue.
Okay, all right, no problem. I shall wait pseudo patiently.
Spaceship is on a way in like 2 minutes, and then so in 5 you should get more stuff.
Okay, interesting. We do already have 10 tier 5 productivity modules. So actually, if we look over here in the science matron area, oh, it's already on 5. So okay, there's no upgrading, no upgrades available over there just yet. Okay, never mind. Okay, so how am I doing? Module intermediates train to travel more often. Yes, that would be a good idea. So at the moment, one of the problems I have is that the train that comes up to here isn't travelling up often enough, which is why we're running out of all the iridium intermediates. I was going to put some of the holmium ones on it as well, but Tristan has since fixed this train to an extent, at least. I've run out of holmium cable, but he's at least partly fixed it.
I'll used a load of holmium cable.
Almost certainly, yes. I mean, that is what the factory does. Would you like me to bring it up separately and not steal it all from your? Pull it all through with your train?
You're not stealing anything, so it's fine.
Okay. Because, yeah, I've run out of it, so...
It's efficiency modules as well, which are not going to be used in huge quantities. How many is it produced?
True. How are we doing with those? So we've got some 6s. We've got 9 6s now, actually. So that might be enough. I've got it set to produce, I think, something like 50 of each tier. Yeah, 50 of each tier. And not to carry on producing until there's at least 5 of the previous tier. So, yeah, true. Looking at it like that, it's probably fine, and we can just let it trickle through, build up a little bit of supply as and when there's some available. Yeah, okay. The efficiency modules, yeah, I'm okay with that being a bit rubbish, because we don't, as you say, we don't really need a lot of them. Ah, this has happened. So now I can put in one of these here, like that, and then I can put in these and these, and that goes in, that goes out. Shake it all about. I'm going to need to leave those rotated to get the appropriate things in. So yeah, that's fine. I can leave it like this until this gets built. Program all of this up, get it starting to do the chopping. Oh wait, I haven't got anything to limit this. That's bad. Let's instead, in the interest of speed and spaghetti, let's do that. Oh, I probably need to remove the other one, and then I can do this, which is a bit of a nonsense, but never mind. I'll point that there for now, so it doesn't flow too much stuff out, and rotate that one like that. Okay. In fact, if I copy that to there. There we go, that's already programmed, and so I can rotate that back around, put it in correctly to start with, get all of that set up, and then, once this gets placed, I can put in a connection to here and say stop chopping when it gets to a sensible number. Right, so you are going to be making me some iridium plates. So we get the ingots pouring out of here, chopped up, go into here, chop chop. Then up here we'll start to pour the iridium plates out through this one. We'll get rid of this machine and just have the belt flow straight up this way. And then things should work nicely. In the meantime, let's get rid of that for now. And let's set that to iridium plates. And then do the traditional turn it around, turn it back again so that it actually gets the correct things onto it. Right, this will now work. Oh no, it won't. I need to. How many ingots have you got? You've got still 60 left to go. Okay, well we'll leave that running. That's fine. It's not a problem. By the time everything else is set up, it'll probably be about ready. It'll probably have used up most of them. So we'll tie that to there. Tie that to there, and say when there are iridium run. This is to run when there are less than 500 iridium plates in the box. So at the moment there are almost no iridium plates in the box. What just keep... Oh heck, that needs to also know about iridium plates. No. There we go. That'll stop that from happening. Now let's turn you around to like that. Let's none filters iridium plates. Rotate again. There we go. We can put them all back now because there's 150 of them that went into the wrong place. That was a bit of a fail, but that's what I get for not thinking my cunning plans all the way through. A fairly easy fix. There we go. Fixed already. Rotate that. Now we put you back into set filters mode. There we go. And then we can rotate you again. And now everything is back to normal. Over here, we're waiting for this one to get through another 45 ingots. Okay, that's going to take a little while. So, as I was saying, the problem we're going to have here is that when we run out, is that we can run out of stuff, and we don't want to order an entire train's worth of all of these things. Partly because they're expensive, but also because that's just too much, and they'd probably overfill all of these warehouses. But we need the train to run when we run out of something. And so I had an idea while I was making a previous video. So if I put this here and an arithmetic here and a decider here, then we can program this with all of the things that we want to have as negative ones. In fact, we can copy it from here and just change all the numbers to -1. Then add that onto the signal from here after feeding it through here so it doesn't get combined with this one. Then feed it over to here and tell this, say to this, if anything goes negative, then send a signal that means something, and put that onto the network as well. And then that will be transmitted down by this thing, and we can use that to trigger the train to go immediately because it means something has run out. So we'll give it a moment to for this to actually get built, and while we're waiting, we'll have a look at some of the other things. So up here, how are we doing? Okay, so that's still waiting for. Waiting for Marc. Down here we've got these running through. I mean, it is working. How are we doing for the tier? We've got one tier 6 so far. So yeah, the iridium, the rate that the iridium is coming through at is woefully insufficient. But that's because I'm using this machine here. Once this has used up its remaining few ingots, then we can sort things out a bit. Here we go. Right. So my cunning plan here is to take a copy of that, put it over here. And here, I want to say, I want all of these to actually be -1. And it could be, I suppose it doesn't actually necessarily have to be 1, but it has to be a much smaller number than the one that they're programmed with otherwise, because I want there to be a nice happy area between the two, between the minimum and maximum, where hopefully at least some of the time a train will fill up naturally and not just be dispatched because we've run out of a particular thing. So if we do that, and then I can take my red cable. Yes, we are using red cables. Yes, we are using red cables here. Go from there to there, then there to there to there. Now let's check all of these numbers. So you are going to be taking everything that comes in and adding 0 to it and outputting everything. We'll then add it onto this. Okay, so there we and add it onto this. So and then looking at this one, we've then got inputs of. Hang on a minute. So we've got inputs along here. We've got things like minus 300. Okay, yeah, we've already run out of lots of things. That's why it's doing this. So the minus 180 of the blue modules, for example, shouldn't make it through all the way through to here while still being negative. No, I know where I've gone wrong. Over here, it's over here that I need to pass it through an arithmetic combinator. I don't actually need this one because that's irrelevant. So let's get rid of that. Wire that straight into there. So this is looking for this is looking for any of these being absolutely empty. And then over here, we'll do the subtraction for the shopping list after separate from this total over here. So yeah, over here we'll see. Yes, so now we see, yes, no, I haven't done it yet. That's why it's still wrong. That's finished though, so I can pull out those two and then put in a belt like that. There we go. Oh, they're using mine. Okay, that's fine. Right, so now we have a nice healthy supply of that pouring through, and as it goes, we should get a bit more coming through here at some point when this gets down below 500. Did I say? I think I said 500. Not quite sure. Oh, I am quite sure why it got so high. It's because we're loading so many in. Let's replace this with a green inserter. In fact, let's do that by hand. Green inserter goes there. There we go. Right, so that'll run as appropriate now. We've got a much healthier supply of iridium coming through there. So now this has been put in over here. I can say that I actually want this. This is the one that should be taking everything and adding 0 and outputting everything. And then we can take out this red cable, put it into there, and then to there, like that. So now we've got... we're feeding out positive numbers on this side of here, and then over here, I'm going to put in a pylon because I can't see what's going on here. I need a pylon here so I can read the numbers on this thing, like this. So over here, yes. So now we've got negative numbers of the things that we still want more of, like the like those blue modules and various other things besides. But over here, we've only got positive numbers being coming from here, and then having 1 subtracted from them all. So over here, if there is -1 of anything, so if anything is less than 0, then we need to output 1 signal that tells it to depart. I don't know, what should we use? Let's use an arrow launch, because why not? We'll output 1 of those, and then we can link that back into the system up here. So now we will have 1 arrow launched there, and that means if we now go back down to Norvis, we can look at the train systems over here, and it's this one, isn't it? Yeah. So we have 1 launch arrow coming down from there. Is that being fed into the station? Yes, it is, and that's doing a center train. So we can say center train. Let's set it over to manual for the moment, because I'm probably going to break things a little bit here. So we're setting off from here if we've got a full cargo inventory, or the train is full and the belts are full and there's been some activity. But I want to have another inactivity for 1 second, and circuit condition of arrow launch is greater than 0. So this means the train will depart if it's full, perfect. If the input belts are filled up, so the train is effectively full, but there's a belt in a funny position. A belt with something left. No, there's a stack on it that hasn't quite filled up, but the belts are jammed up trying to load it, so it'll leave then. Or it will leave if something up in space has run out completely, and it's inactive for a second, therefore it's not loading anything at the moment. Now, there is a risk here that that will lead to the train going round and round and round if something runs out in space that there isn't any of down on Norvis, but hopefully we'll never get into that position. So let's go back to this, and, well, it's gone immediately because there was nothing being loaded in. I'm surprised there's this much stuff here and it hadn't departed. That's weird. We'll have to have a look at that when it comes back, I think. but it did depart when it should have done. I'm just maybe it had probably loaded while I was busy talking about it. That's why. We'll keep an eye on it though. So now here it comes up here, and it'll unload, and we'll have lots of the iridium intermediates again, and we can start making some of the more interesting modules along here, and maybe get more than one of these tier 6 speed modules. So what is it we're short of? We seem to be short of the girders. Have we brought girders? We've brought some girders. Okay, they just haven't made it through into the... Oh, here they come. How many girders does it take to make one of these things? It takes 100. Jeez, modules are expensive. There's a lot of stuff going into these, but oh well, it's arriving. We need these modules, so I guess we'll just rip through massive quantities of iridium. That's just how it's going to be. Yeah, nothing we can do about it.
And all the bio stuff has arrived.
Ooh, so it has. Excellent. So we've now got the reagent. No, yeah, the reagent and the extract pouring through over here. And so that means we're now starting to make efficiency module 4. No, productivity module 4, get it right. The red ones. We've made a few of those. We've made some 5s and we've got some 6s now. So we do now have 5 productivity module 6s. So anyone who wants something to be a bit more productive. Oh yeah, so we're going to put them straight in the science systems, won't we? Let's do that. I might have to do that by hand, come to think of it.
No, you can customize the...
I can, but there's a tier 9 in one of them. There's one tier 9 module in there.
So set one of the slots as tier 9 and the rest as tier 6.
And then then the other one won't get upgraded. But yeah, I could do that. I can just do it twice. I suppose it's probably fine. Probably easier, really. All right, I'll
How far off making tier 7s are you?
That's a good question, actually. Let's have a look.
Because if you're about to make them,
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Tier 7s, I've got everything that's needed except for... Is that going to be the... Oh,
epoxy.
Probably the epoxy. Tier 5, 6, 7. Yes, it's vitalic epoxy. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. There's already a machine to do that. Tier 7s require the epoxy. Mark, I know you're making vitalic epoxy.
Yes.
Can I have some, please?
Sure. You have to basically resort the biotrain stations that you are the first priority. So then you'll be basically priority module production over science.
Oh, I see. Do we want to do that?
Not long term, but short term.
I think, yeah, short term we probably do, yes. All right, we'll do it short term. I shall try and remember to put it back. In fact, actually, no, better idea. Let's put it back at the bottom. Let's just tell the train to go there instead of dropping the epoxy off at an epoxy place. Which it was.
No, there are currently none in the system. The next.
Oh, right. Okay. No, I think you're wrong. Because it was sitting there doing a dropping off thing. I think. I seem to have alt mode turned off, or I can't find the train. Oh, is that it? That's it.
I think the last.
It's got some epoxy in it. It's only got.
Oh, yeah.
It's only got like 100. Oh no, it's got 400. I mean that'll do. That'll get.
Still 1,000 in the spaceport.
Okay, that'll be a good start. I don't know what the numbers are. It's just occurred to me to wonder how this is being limited. This station is. This station isn't not going. Oh, it's because all of the unloaders are set to unload everything. Because
Yes.
yeah, that's not going to work. Because it's just going to.
Yeah,
Anytime it comes here, it's just going to offload whatever it's got into the warehouse, and the warehouse will fill up with something and then jam.
Your lowest
Pretty
priority,
sure.
so you'll probably only get stuff that you want.
Exactly.
So you're fine, but other places might not be.
Okay, you might be right. I'm still nervous about it. I can see this coming. I can see a train coming through with dregs of other stuff. Maybe it'll be all right. All right, I'm happy to watch and see if it turns out to be okay. And there's a non-zero chance of it working. So all right, let's give it a shot. I'm going to partly limit the warehouse just because that way, if it does have problems later, we might be able to sort them out. And we're only asking for 200 of each thing, which isn't very many. So
Yeah, no, that's not how it's working. So basically,
okay, we're
this
only
text,
asking for stuff when there is less than 200 of the thing. So I think it might
yes.
probably be okay. Probably. We'll find out. Why are you sad? Not enough. Oh right, yeah, because I did that. Okay, we are making tier whatever we're on 7s, and we've made. I think we're going to make maybe 2, maybe 3 of them, and then we're going to need some more epoxy. But you know, that's a start. Let's see if I can steal the epoxy train again before it sticks to something. There we go. Stolen it again. Right. Okay. Have we updated since yesterday's module balance change? No, I don't believe we have. That terrifies me, given the amount of time I've just spent building all this stuff up. What sort of changes has it been, regular? This worries me. No, nobody's programmed the module. I haven't programmed the module inserter to do this. So we want to say you for manufacturers. We would like to put in speed 3s, please. And let's do no, not that one. Let's do that. Boom. Now that'll go ludicrously quickly. There we go. That's more like it. Higher tier efficiency modules are cheaper, especially on holmium. Okay. That sounds nice. Okay, so I mean, it would have been nice to have that before I spent all the holmium on doing this, but never mind. We'll have it for the future, basically. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know, and we'll worry about that in the future, I guess. Yes. So this seems to be working quite nicely because we do keep running out of. I obviously need to change these numbers. Actually, some of these numbers are clearly wrong. Let's say actually I want to have 2,000 of those and 1,500 of those and 1,000 of those and 500 of those. That should fill. That'll bring a little bit more up in the train when it decides to go, and then maybe we won't be triggering on it being empty, on this being empty quite as often, because it is empty again. And where's empty? Oh, downstream top is full. That's an unexpected problem to have. That's interesting. Tristan.
Yep.
Consider yourself informed. The downstream top stations have filled up and are preventing one of my trains from going.
Okay. Which train is this? The one that's just left, I assume.
No, this one. That is still sitting. Oh yes, sorry. Yes, the one. No, you're right. Sorry, the ones that just left. Yes, I forgot I had a thermofluid train on there. Yeah, so I mean, it's not an insurmountable problem, but or rather, it is a problem that has solved itself. But it is a sort of a thing that I'm noting that trains are being limited on their uppy downiness by potential downstreams, by running out of downstream stations they're allowed to go to.
Yeah. Not sure what we can really sensibly do about that. I'll have a think about it.
Okay.
There's downstream stuff that's useful to do. But for all the downstream stations that are useful to have stuff done, having stuff done already.
Right. Is that because... Would we be better off setting a train limit of 1 on each of the downstream stations? So then if there is a...
That's why that happened.
Oh, I thought it just skipped station... Oh, no, it's if they deactivate that it skips them, not if they've train limit of 1. Yeah, okay. All right. I guess this... Yeah, it's probably not an easily solved problem then. Fixed scrap belt from... Yes. Regular pointed out that this... Hang on. This belt here will not work. Yeah, and you can kind of see why. So we'll get rid of that and get rid of that. And then I'll put in some of this across here. So I've put it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that'll reach. Yeah, so we're going to gradually fill up on scrap all the way along here, and eventually this will stop working. But we haven't quite got to that point yet, but eventually it would happen. Let's put some speed modules in this, because this is clearly not fast enough now that we're actually starting to make stuff. So that's going to be another module inserter thing. So down here, tier 2 supercomputer. If I want to put stuff into you, it will be tier 3 speed modules like that, and yes, please do that. It's convenient having them this close, because that happens that quickly. So now this is running at 2.5 times previous speed. We've still got quite a lot of them along here, so I think that one single supercomputer 2 there might well be enough. We'll see how that gets on. Thank you, Radjack. Sorry, I didn't say thank you to you as well. I got the replies from both of you, but yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, so it would have been nice to upgrade before to the latest version, so these would have all been a little bit cheaper. But c'est la vie. We'll just trawl some more cables across from wherever they're being produced, and it's only efficiency modules. We're not going to use that many of them. I mean, I could turn these off. In fact, we've got up to 18 of these now. I could probably turn these off and just deactivate this for the time being until we've got until that's been fixed. In fact, we have nearly. In fact, let's rotate that one. There we go. So we've got 50 efficiency module 4s made, and we've got the 18 module 6s, which is probably going to be enough at least for speccing out what I'm trying to do. So I'll leave that there. Then we'll come up here where this has now been done, and where I need to make material fabricators, which are these, and these require all kinds of ridiculous. These I am just going to bring in by blue chest. It's horrible and kind of not the way I like to play, but this is such a ridiculous recipe that I actually don't care. I'm just going to do it like this. I feel a little bit gross for doing it, but it is a genuinely ridiculous recipe. So you are to be limited by your connection to the logistics network. We would like to connect, and we would like to only run when material fabricators are less than 5. So that'll now build until there's 5 in here, and so forth. However, I noticed that we're not getting any speed module and logistics module 6s over here. So, yeah, well, we may change my mind on that later. We have energy isn't too much of a problem because we have quite a large solar field, which we're gradually upgrading to red as we need to. But yes, I may change my tune when I see how much power material fabricators use. So why are we having problems over here?
Have a look at the energy usage graph at the moment. It's somewhat dominated by particle accelerators.
Yeah. Are all the particle accelerators efficiency moduled?
A lot of them are, at least.
Okay. And it's still dominated by. You're not kidding when you say dominated by. It's using 4.8 gigawatts. It's using slightly less than half, but significantly more than a third of the power that's being used.
Is that
at the moment.
26?
26, yes. 26 of them.
Yeah, those are all in the streams area here, and yes, they're
all taken down to 20% of power usage. Wow. The thing is though, you say that, Doopy, that we have better.
There's beacon. So there's a beacon affecting some of them.
Okay.
So those are using plus 520%. So
okay. So we could put in that case we could put better efficiency modules into them.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Please, not yet.
I was only going to go up to tier 3.
Oh, okay. If they're not on tier 3, then yeah, definitely upgrade them.
They're on tier 1 because 2 tier 1s was enough when there was no speed module.
Oh, when there were no beacons.
Beacon.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I see how that could make sense. Okay. So back to the previous problem. We have some tier 6 modules here. I haven't done my usual mistake. I haven't done a pull from buffer chests. I expect. So over here, you request from buffer chests, and there we go. Then it starts working immediately. It's a familiar mistake. Okay, so that'll pull in all of the things that are needed here. And now we can make the material fabricators, which use 258 megawatts as their standard amount of power consumption when running. Crikey! How does that compare to the particle accelerators, which are our current? My goodness, that uses a lot of power. So these, as I said, are
100.
258 megawatts. These are 100. So it's more 2.5 times the power consumption. Jeez. Okay, that's a lot of power.
So yeah, we're going to want to upgrade these from tier 3 modules at some point because we're still at plus 200%.
Right.
With the beacon.
let's have a look at how much difference that's made. Yeah, that's
about halved
a
it.
big step down there. Actually, I opened it up and looked at it, and it was on the 5-second scale, and I went, I don't know. So actually, but looking at it again, these lines are much higher up the window, so therefore this has obviously dropped down quite a lot. But then looking back over 10 minutes ago, yeah, there's been a big drop there. Obviously, some of them just came online there, probably because we ran out of particle stream or something. But yeah, that's a good drop. That's very very worth doing. That's brought us down from. In fact, you can see it on the production graph side as well. It dropped from 7.5 gigawatts down to 6.5, about 6 gigawatts. So it saves a gigawatt and a half, and there's still some other noise there as well. Anyway, now that we are going to be able to make these. Yes, this machine is running. There we go. Made one. There we go. That's our first material fabricator. So that is a thing that I've been working towards trying to make for about 3 weeks now, I think. Something like that. It has been a long time. So this means I can now start making matter science, and I want to make matter catalog 1, which takes all of these. Was one of the, and this is the weird and complicated one. So I'll probably make that. I was going to say I could make that last because then I can make the magnetic canisters below it. But no, let's start with this one. Let's make a magnetic canister. Because over here we should have all of these things. Yes, we've got secure canisters. We've got superconductive cables somewhere. So you're not superconductive cable. Oh no, we haven't got superconductive cables, but we have holmium cables. We have cryonite and we have thermofluid. So we need an EM facility, and we need this one. Oh, there's the belt there. I just couldn't see it because of the shadows. And that's going to do the annoying thing where that breaks, so we won't do that. We'll do this manually so that it doesn't break Tristan's science, I'm sure. And again here, we'll have it manually hop through here. And come down to here. Where I should be good, especially as I'm playing with somebody else's toys. And break it off to the side. Like this, and go under like that, and then...
The problem here is you're hoping for some holmium cable.
There are some on the belt. They might not get all the way down, but it's going to be a little while until I'm absolutely ready for them. So I can be a smidge patient. Where are the cryonite rods? Here are the rods. Let's come all the way down here, like this. And then again, trying to be good as one comes through there. I'll do that, and that. There we go. So there's a belt with holmium cables and cryonite rods on it, and it needs super cool thermofluid, which conveniently is right here. And I'm going to need some of the I think it was EM facilities. Let's check that again because I'll feel kind of silly if it's not. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, EM facilities, which is that one. So I put you there and there and there. Let's put in 3 for now because that matches up very nicely with the pipes above. This belt comes across here, simple, and then I plumb these in like this. Then I need inserters along here. This is all covered by power, which is very convenient, makes this very, very easy. Then we can have an output down here in exactly the same way. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's... Actually, what's the next step? The next step of this is going to be making the magnetic canisters. Does that require coolant as well? It does not. Okay, that's nice and easy. That's quite easy then. Because that's the secure canisters, lithium, sulfur, and rare metals. So we can So given that, I shall in fact run the coolant pipes along like this. Is it going to reach? No, of course it's not. That'd be too easy. Slightly too far apart. Right, where's Tristan's warm pipe? I assume it's going to be producing warm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's warm. I'll check in a moment though. Ah, here's his warm pipe. Right, just here. So bring that down like this. Hey Tempe, yeah, I'd say the week's going well. It's been raining a lot, but then it is Britain in the autumn, so what else? What do you expect? And yeah, we can. And now it's Factorio time, so definitely a good time. Good time of the week. Yeah, that looks right. Sorry to hear about the water and load shedding. Okay, you're in another one of those countries where power is difficult. I take it. Are you also South African? Because I remember Peter talking about that quite a lot. There we go. Stick those pipes in across there. So that's going to get the warm thermofluid back out into the disposal pipe up here, and off to be rechilled. So along here we are trying to make superconductive cables. That's that one. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Oh hell! No! 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 It's not cold. It's not warm. Sorry. It's cool. Cool is coming out of here. Damn it. I bet there isn't even a pipe for cool, because why? Oh, here there is a pipe for cool, but it only comes halfway down. That's
and every single warm pipe underground is going to get in the way.
Yep. I'm just trying to get this to work out what the best way. Oh yeah, that'll work. Flip it around like that, and then down here under. And where's the next one? There's the next one. Put that at the limit. Oh, for goodness sake. There we go. That goes there. Sorry, 3 pipes. Have I missed? Oh, was that with the pipe work I was doing before? Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, there are many ways to pipe a pipe, or to pair piper, or various other. I don't know what's. So this would go in this column. That row, yes, there we go, put that there. That looks like a 5 to me. If I put 5 in there, then that's going to easily reach like that. Then over here, I didn't need to delete quite as many pieces of pipe as I did, but I did anyway. So we'll do that, and then bring it across there like that. Right, there we go. There's my getting rid of warm. It looks, fortunately, Tristan's already been getting rid of warm, so it sounds like the system up here. Actually, since it is using my coolant system, which I did design to be able to deal with inputs of absolutely anything, because I wanted it to work in every possible way, that is going to be absolutely fine. Sending some extra warm up there, so that's good. Right, so down here we are now going to be making all of those cables. So now we can dump them onto the belt here, like this. And then bring said belt round like this, down, and no. Who's getting wrecked? Oh, Talos! I forgot about that. Yeah, we saw that in the video. So this is an energy. Oh, it's a different energy glaive. Oh, it's an energy glaive going in somewhere else. It's just gone in through and wrecked the walls. Kalidas. Let's try and turn that off before it wrecks everything. Where are the glaives? Here are the glaives. Which one is it? Nope, you're fine. You're fine. You're probably fine.
Always the last one.
You're saying is the last one, or are you just bound to be?
No. It usually is the last one.
Pretty sure it's this one. Off. He seemed to say. Right, where was the damage happening? There. Yeah, I think I've turned the energy glaive off. Right, okay. How much damage have we picked up? Okay, the walls haven't broken. There's a power problem there, though. Those broken pylons are the most severe problem here, I think, because that's cut off power to goodness knows where. She's just cut it off along the wall. That's not quite so bad. There's a big chunk of wall that has been unpowered, though, and I suspect, yeah, there's no. I mean, I could try walking roboports out to it, but I don't know if I've got enough on this planet. I guess we'll find out. Won't that be fun, girls and boys, mums and dads? So put that there, and then I try and put a roboport in on the limits of my constructy area. Grumble, 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 grumble. Hang on, I want this to be a I want this to be in construction mode rather than in normal mode. Let's put this in. Where will it actually? Where can I put it? The little link. Okay, up here. Put it there. You don't actually need that pylon. And once that's been done, I could probably get away with one down here somewhere. And then as long as we actually have a robot come out to, as long as we can actually build this, we should be all right. Why are there still delivery cannon capsules coming in? I didn't see where that went. I just saw the shadow dropping across the landscape. Must have gone into there, otherwise something would have exploded. But we're not using delivery cannon capsules, so we shouldn't be making any. Was that another one? Unless we're still bringing we're still bringing sulfur in by delivery cannon because we've run out over here apparently. I mean that's sort of a good thing because it means we've got an emergency supply, but it's also sort of a bad thing because it means we're not bringing any down. Also, are you not? Ah. There we go. Let's see if that gets built now. Then I can flick it back over to. Yeah, there we go. There's a bot actually coming out to build the Roboport now. Boom. There we go. Can I flick this back to normal mode? Yes, that's still linked. Good. Right. So let's put in another Roboport. It can go in. Here. Then I don't know what the distance for the next one is going to be until that one's been placed. But we are well on the way to repairing all these things, I think. Or at the very least, rebuilding the pylons, which, as I said, is the most important thing. So yes, we have these biters on the. Hang on, why have we got biters on the inside? I thought I went round and killed them all. You know what? Let's just do this. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. And get rid of them. I could have sworn I went round and I killed all of the biters inside these walls. Not for this specific reason, but because I was generally going in and trying to clean them out. Yeah, and I honestly thought I had. I mean, clearly I haven't. We can see that, but I thought I had. So we'll do this. Hopefully all the biters will now run off and kill themselves against my defences. I might have left some worms. I could believe that. But I thought I'd dealt with all of the just generic rank and file biters. I mean, clearly I didn't because there were some left, but, you know. Are you going to... Yeah, they'll hopefully all come over and investigate things. And by investigate, I mean get zapped by my lasers. See these lasers over here? They're angry with you. They called your mum names. Oh yeah, are they gonna come within range? No, they're gonna pathfind round the lasers. You sods. Don't eat that pylon on the way past, please. I mean, they're gonna find these lasers, so it's acceptable, but still, come on. Also, oh damn it, it's outside Roboport range. So where's the furthest I can get it by that pylon? I forget with Roboports in construction mode, the build range isn't as far as the link range. They can link to that range, but they can only build out to that range. So yeah, I need to be slightly more careful. Put the next one in here. Copy that like that one, and let's put in another one there just because. There we go. That should fill in all the gaps. We can repair... Okay, well, they got attacked a little bit. That's fine. I don't care. Are there more biters? Yes, there are more biters still lurking around in here. This is probably what happened last time. I probably nuked all of the spawners, and then there were a few biters left over, and they repopulated the world as is their way. I can hear church bells sort of on the edge of hearing. Slightly odd. So, biters. There's a few of them there. There's some worms there, worms there. But the worms aren't the problem. It's these guys who are the problem. I think I'm just going to have to drop another nuke on their heads. Like this. See if this will distract them a little bit. At least we're getting some of this other stuff. I could do. That's true. I could do a little bit manual. Let's see what this does. If it doesn't kill or at least distract them all, no, they're all dead now. So I believe that means this area is now safe and secure and so on. I'll sort of pan the camera around a little bit and then check on the radar on the map view. But I'm pretty sure I've now taken out all the biters inside here, and there's not going to be any chance of further expansion, unless we get biter meteors. I suppose that could screw things up. Yeah, these are all just worms. No.
I don't think you can get biter meteors.
I think you're correct. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, so now we've built all the way up along here. We've rebuilt all of this. This is all fixed. Now let's go back to Kalidas and turn this Zappamatron back on again. What should we aim for? Let's actually all right. Let's take out these worms. And I want you on glaive. Zoom. Like that. Let's take them out because. Yeah, the glaives do auto-target worms, which is part of the reason I'm doing this, and the other part is for sort of the sake of completeness. Jeez, these worms take some killing, don't they? I mean, that guy was already down to about, well, maybe 2/3 health, but it's still taking some serious abuse from this glaive to take it out. Those numbers are going down nice and linearly. There we go. There. Come on, quickly. Haven't got all day. Apparently we have got all day. Or apparently we are going to wait all day. Probably been quicker to go back to the satellite view. Go back to Kalidas, turn it off, turn it back on again. But never mind. This one's only a big worm, so it should get killed a bit more quickly. I said it still does have almost 4,000 health when it's fully healthy. And now that one. Then there's a load over here. It's definitely going to be quicker to jump to those ones. So let's go back to here. Was it you? Is it you? Yes, it's you. Dead. Off. Target. Down here. And glaive. Boom. There we go. Much quicker than dragging it gradually across the world. But this is going to take a moment or two, so we'll. I think it is probably worth getting rid of these worms because, as Doopy points out, the auto glaive will come around and target them again later. So if I do leave these guys alive, it's probably just going to lead to the exact same problem again in the future. This one down here appears to be bleeding purple. Are you a behemoth? Yes, you are. 7,500 health. Wow. These are a bit ridiculous. That's a behemoth as well. That's a behemoth. At least these guys are down to sort of half-ish health. So they'll be a little bit. Well, I say half-ish. No, 6,000 out of 7,500 is not half-ish, but it's at least better than full health. Tum-ty-tum-ty-tum. So, question and answer session while I'm killing biters. Has anyone got any questions they'd like to ask? Oh dear. Something to make conversation while we're just burning these guys with a giant magnifying glass from space. Otherwise I might have to sing or something, and nobody wants that. So one more worm there. Oh, and there's a cluster of them over here as well. Behemoth. Big. Balance of Matter Science Pack 1s. Well, so far the Matter Science packs themselves don't seem to be all that difficult, except making the material fabricators is kind of hard. So the actual things that go into the matter science, when I looked at the recipe 3 weeks ago and thought, oh yeah, that looks fairly straightforward. The recipes are quite straightforward. It's making the material fabricators that's really, really difficult because you require those tier 6 modules, and we weren't making those anywhere. Now, I guess I could pocket craft half a dozen of them by just going around and grabbing all of the bits and pieces. I didn't have to build up an entire new module city in order to build it, but that seemed like the correct way to do it, even if not necessarily the best way. So So yeah, if you've got tier 6 modules already because you're a because you like having high-end modules, then it's going to be fairly straightforward, I think. That said, we have noticed that the material fabricators are extremely energy hungry, so we may find that I end up wanting to do a little bit of I want to make a few more high-tier efficiency modules in order to drag that down from using 2.5 megawatts or whatever it was per machine. No, 250 megawatts, I think it was. Which is which is kind of obscene. So yeah, the amount of power they use is kind of ridiculous, and the requirement to make the what do we call it? It's a requirement to make the tier 6 modules in order to get the in order to make the machines to make them was challenging, should we say? Let's just say challenging, because that sort of sounds mildly complimentary. It doesn't sound like I'm complaining too much. Yeah, making the machines to make them hard. Making the stuff itself doesn't require that much in the way of ingredients, or doesn't require that much complication in the way of ingredients. So I think that part is going to be okay. I may change my mind later this evening. We shall see how it goes. But it's so far, my general impression is that it's not going to be too bad now that I've got the material fabricators up and running. Yeah, so yeah, and I suppose on looking at it another way, it's been an encouragement to make the tier 6 modules, which is something we probably should be doing. So yeah, from that point of view, actually it's been a good thing because it spurred me on to do that, and now that means we can start thinking about putting higher tier modules in specific targeted places when we want to and when we're ready to. Yes, I am indeed killing them from space, Newfire. We've got in Calidus orbit, we've got loads and loads of solar panels that are powering energy beams, and these energy beams can be used for good or evil. I mean, for death or paradise. No, death. They can be used for raining down death on the biters, for automatically or manually, as I'm doing at the moment. Or you can use them for power by firing it into a beam receiver and using that heat to boil water and generate electricity from it. So yeah, it's got yeah, it has many uses. One of which is killing biters, and I'm doing it by hand rather than leaving it on auto because this is currently in the middle of some of my factory area. So which is why I came over here in the first place, because a big chunk of my factory got burned by it, shall we say? Immersite sulfur issue. So do you mean the huge amount of sulfur that immersite produces? Interestingly, at the moment, I think we're not actually producing that much immersite with, that much sulfur from our immersite processing. Most of it, if not all of it, seems to be getting looped back round and going into the immersite production, which confuses me a bit because I didn't think that was how it worked from when I did some of it myself earlier. So I'll go and have a look at that in a minute because I'm kind of curious as to exactly what's going on there. This isn't where I meant to be. I wanted to be in Calidus orbit. None of these are Calidus orbit. Let's go to Calidus orbit. Yeah, so the excess sulfur that was being produced. I mean, the way we're doing our dealing with resources and things, it's not inherently a problem to have lots and lots of sulfur. Oh, do I dare do these ones in here? I guess I better. Having lots and lots of sulfur, not inherently a problem. Because we can use it for everywhere else. And the way we've got the system set up, we can just chuck it into... I put you right on a worm. Why are you not glaive the worm I put you on? Oh, I don't care. Right, so let's go and have a look at Taras, if I can press the right button, as opposed to Talos. Taras, here we go. So, over here, we have some immersite. We have a rare metal problem with immersite rather than a sulfur problem with immersite currently. No, we are loading it up slowly. Okay, so let's see. The sulfur is coming out here. It's being poured down this belt here, where it's coming along. Some of it is being taken in here to make the acid, to make the immersite juice, to make it, and so on. Some of it is coming down here and down here. Some going in there to make delivery cannon capsules for some reason, and down and down and down. And oh, it's being loaded into delivery cannons that are shipping it to Norvis, and to Norvis. So, okay, we are shipping out the excess sulfur by delivery cannon. Mike, why are we shipping out the excess sulfur by delivery cannon? We have trains for this. And spaceships.
Whereabouts? Which planet, sorry?
Taras. Taras makes an excess of sulfur from the immersite processing. last time I looked, I thought the excess was going. I thought it was all going into making the immersite juice, but it turns out it's not. No, we are quite a lot of it is just flowing straight through here.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't see the excess and therefore didn't put it on the train.
Okay, fair enough. I guess that's fairly trivial to fix. It just needs, having it come down here as a priority is definitely a good thing. But then the excess we could do with it being passed up this way. So what's going on here? Okay, we're making the crystals in a quantity. Right. Okay. This is all very, very broken. Shall I fix it while I'm here? I might as well. Okay, so the rare metals are coming down. Why are we prioritizing? Oh, I see. But we're not getting rare metals in by delivery cannon anymore. Fine, that's kind of okay. However, over here, this train is. Oh no, this train will. The joys of us disentangling somebody else's designs. Right, so half of our immersite crystal production facility is not running. Let's fix that in the easy way, like this. In fact, let's do this and put one of these in here. There we go. That'll feed all of that through onto that blue belt. So that's going to double the rate we're producing the immersite at, probably, or the immersite crystals at, which is what we want at the moment. If we can, assuming there are some splitters on this planet, which I sincerely hope there are. Yes, there we go. Right. Okay. So we're now producing that twice squiggly. Oh, can that be upgraded? Let's find out. We'll feed it. Yeah. Now we're feeding a nice, healthy, solid belt through over here, rather than this trickle that was going through before. Should be much better. And that, of course, means we're now producing a lot more sulfur. So what I want to do down here is cut off that. Okay, we'll chain some sulfur, never mind. Then up here, I guess do that. So I'm going to need a third belt coming up here that just always loads. I hope there's enough belts up on this planet for this. If not, I do have a plan. It's just going to be ugly and sinful and gross. Okay, so now we need to put in another one of those there. That can upgrade that one to blue. Brings it out here like that. Fine. And then over here like that. And then... Okay, it looks like we have a decent supply of blue belts on this planet. That's good news. A blue belt might be overkill for this, to be honest, but I think I'd rather have overkill than underkill. And we want to output priority to the left here. So this means that we're prioritizing the sulfur for making the immersite juice, which I think is a good idea, because we need to keep that rolling in order to keep making all of the prereqs and stuff. We've got a nice healthy supply of immersite crystals coming out here. That's good. And we can dispose of the sulfur through here. How does the train decide whether to leave or not? Based on full cargo inventory or empty, run out of rare metals and 120 seconds of inactivity. Because now we're going to get this sort of mix going into the trains, and it's going to get gross. 120 is an awful lot, yes, because it means the train is basically not going to go very often. On the flip side, otherwise it might go a bit too often. What I need to do is monitor probably these three belts and these four belts that are loading up the train, and when they're all full, then we can dispatch the train. That's probably going to be the way to do this, I think. Put some pylons in like that.
Yeah, the point of that there is to make it so that it doesn't get stuck at the bottom waiting to bring stuff down.
Oh yeah, so
when it stays at the top, it will stay at the top for as long as it needs to. But you don't want the system to die because there's insufficient rare
yes,
metals.
yeah, that makes sense. So this 120 seconds here isn't supposed to be used. The train should always fill up with the other immersite things, as long as they're being produced at a proper rate. It should always, the train should always fill up with the immersites and then go. The problem, the thing is that because at the moment it's run out of rare metal, which is what that is in there as an emergency thing for, to make sure it goes off and get some more. Yeah. So,
but there's always that thing of all but one of a stack gets filled in there, and
exactly. I understand the problem completely. I'm just working around it in my own strange ways. So if we now link that and that and that and that and that and that, and is that outside logistics coverage, or have we run out of something there? And also, which is the one that hasn't been? No, it's this one. It is. It's just outside construction distance. Okay. How far can I get? What if I put you there instead? And yeah, that's still going to be fair. I'm still going to be able to do that. Okay. So we'll link all this across here. So this is now linked to all of these. So we're seeing on these need to all be read rather than activate deactivate. So along here we say read belt contents hold. Same for you and you and you. So now we will see, there is a signal of 19 and 13 on there. We need to then, I hope there's an arithmetic combinator. I hope there's a decider combinator out on this planet. Let's find out. Terrace. Where's Terrace? Not appearing in the list. Excellent. There must be a decider combinator here. Good. So I can bring that over and turn that on. Come on, bots. Here it comes. Right. So I can now say if. I need two of these, don't I? I need one. No, one needs to be an arithmetic. No, wait. For anything greater than 0, output 1 tick. And then over here, if tick is greater than 16, then depart.
You want each? No. Neither of those will work. Input count of...
this will work. If I've used two combinators. The first one says if anything is greater than 0, then output the input count in as green ticks.
Okay.
And then the second one says if green that's not I. If green ticks is greater than so 20 22. Have I put some of these on corners? No. 32. I can't count. I can't maths. If that equals 32, then output 1. Let's use green. No, it's not. Let's use a dot this time, just for difference. Just make it different. Then link that to there, that to there, and that to there. So now we have. What?
You don't really need the second one because the train.
Oh, the train could do it, could it? Okay. That's not working though. If anything is greater than 0, then output the input count. It's got an input signals of 19 and 13 of things, both of which are numbers greater than 0.
You presumably need for each, don't you? Because you need. Well, you want
yes, you're right. It's an each, not an in, not an. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yes, that's all right. Okay, so we now have a dot coming out. No, we have a tick. No, we have a dot coming out of here. So now over here we do send to train, which we're doing already, and then we can say Terra Station full going to ignore. Let's turn you off so you don't run off while I'm programming you. But if if circuit condition is dot greater than 0 and inactivity of, sure, 5 seconds, then that's a reason to depart as well. Which it should do. There we go. So we've got a dot. We've got our dot. There's some activity. Oh, there's occasional. There's still a few plates coming in. I mean, I guess that's okay. If there's still plates coming in, then we don't want the train to leave. That's the point of it. And 5 seconds. There we go. So that will now come around here. Is this all set up to unload? No, it's not set up to unload sulfur. Because until now we weren't bringing out sulfur. We weren't bringing sulfur up here. There we go. So we can unload everything now. That'll put sulfur into the spaceship. Hopefully all of this will work as expected. Now I should probably check that the other end in orbit is ready to deal with a load of sulfur arriving on the Taras spaceship. So over here, Taras. Yes, it kind of is. Yeah, it'll all get... Oh, it's going to get put into the dump system. That's not ideal. Partly because I'd like to just feed it onto this system along here that is using up massive quantities of sulfur.
What are the 2 drop-down belts from that spaceship?
Unprogrammed currently. Okay, I could stick it in those then as well. Yeah, all right, let's do that. So over here, we'll tell this one to not unload sulfur either. Sulfur? Yeah. Minus 10 million. And then I can put in a bit of this up here, just to link onto those belts. I'm going to be lazy about this. I'm going to assume that there aren't going to be any other planets asking for imersite, and if there are, then they can do it some other way. But I don't think there are. I think anywhere that wants imersite is going to basically just be on Norvis or possibly up here in space. So I can build that along there. Then we can have another 2 belts to bring out the sulfur from here. Dump it onto these belts that will go down to here, and then don't go anywhere. One of them... Where needs massive quantities... Where tech brings in, I think it's just Talos, I think, that requests lots and lots of sulfur. So let's do that. And also, but then also I'll bring the belt along here like this and feed it into the warehouse all the way at the other end of the world. Or I could feed it into this one. That's much easier. And then program this one to only run if this is below 200. You run when sulfur less than 100. Okay, so at this point we're using this as over here as most of the story. Oh, we're not feeding it into. Oh, that's the same spaceship. So the only place it looks like that is getting sulfur from this system is Talos. So the question is, can Talos get through all of the sulfur that's being produced by Taras? I guess we'll find out.
What could be worth doing is, instead of the minus 10 million, drop it to the amount that will fit in the warehouse with the crystals and plates.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Some space.
So these are running until when there's less than 100 in there. So that's going to be, let's call that 2 stacks. So let's say we want to have 450 stacks let's say we want to have 400 stacks of sulfur, because then the maths is easier. So that's 2,000 sulfur. Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's make this 2,000 minus 2,000. That's a very good idea. So yes, this will unload the sulfur around this way into the dump system whenever that goes low. We might want to put in a sulfur train, or we might want to take that into account at the other end eventually. Sadly. Get rid of some of this. So that's that one. You're going that way. That way and that way. There we go. Seems a little silly to have it run up just to run down again, but I don't care. It's the easiest way to build this at the moment. Right, when these get built, I can then put the filters on them and carry on from there. Oh, this has been a... I feel like my yak has been well and truly shaved in the last half hour or so. I can't even remember what was at the top of my... what was at the bottom of my stack, because I've run off and ended up doing all kinds of different things, because lots of different things have been broken. Come on. Actually, no, I know it was at the bottom of the stack, but I can't remember the route I took to get there. The bottom of the stack was getting the material science running. Oh, yes, I went off to look at Talos, because Talos was getting blown up. That was it. And then I went... how did it go from there? After I looked at Talos and did all of the zapping of the biters there, why did I then go and look at Taras? Oh yes, it was because Radjack asked about the how we're dealing with all the sulfur that's produced. So I went over there to have a look at how Taras was getting on, and it turned out it wasn't. So I went in and fixed it, but that meant there was then a supply of sulfur being brought out by spaceship. So I had to come out and fix this as well. Where are my thingies? And yeah, that's why I'm over here looking at this. So I need to go back and have another look at Taras and make sure that is working properly. Then I can get on with the material science again. Hey Ave, welcome. Yeah, it has been a while. I guess I take it real life has sort of taken over your life a little bit and distracted you and dragged you away from more important things like watching Factorio streams. Come on, bots. What do we pay you for? Do we pay you? Probably not. How are things going on over here? Right, we've made loads of superconductive cable, except you haven't. Oh no, you have. You are still making them. That's good. And that meant we needed to feed into the next machine, which was going to be, I can't remember what that was doing. So I'm going to. Oh yeah, that was going to be making the canisters. So if we look in here and in here, we can see these magnetic canisters, which are made in one of these. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 inputs and obviously 1 output. So, okay, let's just bring this in like this. There's my input. There's 2 of my inputs, sorry. Then I put in a machine here. We don't need any coolants for this. So I can put 3 of them in like that. Then we're going to have another 2 inputs down here. Like that. And an output like that. And that is then going to be fed on to the next recipe, which requires magnetic canisters force field data. Yeah, I can understand needing to take a break from these things every so often. I guess because I don't play an enormous amount of Factorio. I only play once a week, plus time spent making all the videos and things. So I haven't got quite as bored of it, which is quite a good way to sort of to make the games last a little bit longer, I guess. So I need London Eye data and pressure containment data. Okay, well we'll I can probably get the London Eye data from here. Yes, I can. Yes, I think we decided 250 megawatts, which is a lot TM, but you know, I'm sure we can cope somehow. So that, and that'll be we'll pull off the London Eye data there. Comes across to there, and then underneath these, like that. No, like that. What were the other things I needed for this? I can't remember. Let's go back over to what I was doing before. So over here, the Taras problem, or principle, or whatever we're calling it these days. You are going to be unloading sulfur, and so are you. That means I can turn these belts around, and there we go. There's a sulfur supply. Nice. So now I can go back to Taras and go, hello, what's going on over here? Train is gone. Good. Belts are filled up. Where is the train? View opposite end. What are you doing? You are unloading. Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, the train is allowed to unload. I don't mind about that. We probably could do with some buffers in this system, because I note at the moment that down here on the planet, everything has stopped. Well, this has stopped. This will stop fairly soon because we are only buffering on belts, and therefore we're kind of full. I think I might just not worry and go, oh well, never mind. This is what you get. This is what you're getting. I'm not going to go in and fiddle with any more of this because I've fiddled enough. This could be better. Ideally, we'd have a storage system over here that has, I don't know, 200. That has 150 stacks of each of these three things, and then or maybe more of the sulfur. 150 of each of these, and then fills up on sulfur, and then dumps that into the train as quickly as it can to get the train to take it away. So that there's a bit more of a buffer that can be filled up. But that said, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing when the train comes back down again, seeing how quickly it fills up. It's still loading in with the rare metals though, which is taking quite a while. The system does basically work. It's just it's stopped at the moment, so there's a bit of an inefficiency at the moment because it's not making more stuff to put into the ship. It's idling while we wait for the train to fill up here. But that might not matter too much. I mean, I know we're getting through quite a lot of imersite, but I don't know whether I don't have a feel for how much quite a lot relates to the sort of the rate that we're producing it at the moment, because our imersite production rates have not been amazing. We've had a lot of problems with it out here. Imersite, that's raw imersite crystals and imersite plates, crystals plates. As you can see, it's been a lot. It's been kind of uppy downy over the time. We've been trying, we've been using it up and producing it at about the same rate. So I suspect we do have shortages. But now looking over here, we've got a nice big spike of the crystals being produced at least. And if we look in the last hour, 10 minutes. Oh, that was consumption. Sorry. Over here, we've got a nice spike here in the crystals being produced. This is obviously, and then here we've got the rare metal system running again nicely. It's dropped off because the train's full, but maybe this will be enough. I think I'm happy to just leave this now for a bit, see how it gets on. Why are you waiting? Oh, you're waiting for 12 seconds of inactivity. I think that's probably unnecessary. I think that could be 1 second of inactivity. Thank you. There we go. So it's filled up with rare metals that are all required down on the planet for the production of the plates, I believe, which is why plates had stopped but crystals hadn't. This can now come over here. It can unload those. It can load up with these. As soon as we get, okay, it's loading up with sulfur first, but sure, why not? I don't think the order really matters. As long as we get a bit of everything flowing into it, these will never stop it. We seem to be getting a reasonable mix of stuff coming through, I think. Yeah, I think so. The plates are coming through slowly enough that there's room for the crystals and the sulfur to fill up at a reasonable rate as well. So I think I'm sort of cautiously okay with this, even if it's not quite as nice as I would like it to be. Yeah, I'm happy enough that this is going to at least take some stuff away from Taras, and as long as we're taking some stuff away, things will hopefully start to behave themselves. Right, okay, I think I have now finished shaving all of the yaks, so we can come back over to here. I'm still standing here, getting through massive quantities of life support canisters. Let's fly over and find some spaceship flooring to stand on, so it's to save on the life support cans that are getting used up at the moment. And then I shall go over and get on with the. Actually, no. Let's change my mind. Let's head down there and start poking at the matter science production, because sometimes being on site is quite useful, and I'm prepared to sacrifice a few bits and pieces, a few life support canisters, especially when I've got more than 2 hours worth of. Oop. That wasn't really what I meant to do with all my robots. Right. Let's undo that. So over here, yes. You guys are supposed to be making these things, the magnetic canisters, and that requires various different inputs. So we've got the superconductive cables, the secure canisters, batteries, and lithium and rare metals. We don't seem to have the rare metals down here yet. Where are they coming from? I know they're here somewhere. Bum 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 bum. You cannot hide. Oh, there aren't any up here. Tristan's train system is not bringing things up in sufficient quantities.
He's currently filling up downstairs.
Okay, all right. Maybe it's all right then, and I'm being overly rude.
And technically, the front wagon is now full, and the back wagon is at 28. It was at 28 slots filled,
Oh,
just due to stack sizes.
that's weird. Is it working correctly though? In that. Oh, that's the wrong place.
It's working fine, but there's blue circuits in that.
By
I don't see
correctly,
why
I guess I
there's
mean was.
anything.
Yeah, I could see how you might occasionally get funny businesses like that, but I guess yeah, it just seems odd for it to do that.
I think it's just blue circuits stack so much higher, and they all happen to get put in the back. It's on its way up now.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask if lots of rare metals have got put in, but actually it's I don't know. Well,
Yeah, a bunch will have done.
what? Don't be wrong. Stop being wrong. There we go. And over here, yeah, and just do it like this, I guess. It's a little bit gross, but we can always go underground if we have to. Right, there we go. Because unfortunately, yeah, this system, I had to squeeze these two in on the underneath part of the buses. So yeah. Okay, yeah, as I said, it's the only place I'm aware of where they have load shedding like that. Now I'm sure there are other countries and places that have been doing it, but it's the only one I'm aware of because there's somebody else on the channel who suffers from it. I say on the channel, in the audience of the channel, which is not quite the same. No, in, and then exerters across here as well. Out. I don't know why I'm leaving the pipe entrance clear. Habit, I guess, rather than anything else. Okay, so the next thing is the ludicrousomatrons, these power-hungry beasts of material fabricators. So I put that in there. Feed those in there, that's fine. It doesn't require coolant, I don't think. Don't do that, stupid game. Over here, we require London Eye data to be passed through, so that's that one. And yes, to that side, that's correct. So we can do that. Now that should be all of the that should be all of these things. Now the first try again. That should be the first two ingredients being fed into here. Now there are more ingredients that are required, and there's going to be something coming out, and we're going to need to put plasma stream in as well. Not plasma stream, pink, whichever one the pink clouds are. So let's bring the pink clouds down. Here's the pink cloud bus. You're a 15, good. Okay, we're going to need to do some shenaniganery down here. Oh yeah, you're right, it is. Thank you. It's these machines with bits that poke off the top of them. It's kind of, I don't eyeball them very well. Pink cloud, pink cloud, pink cloud. Cloud. There. I think an underground pipe is going to be able to do that. It is just. There we go. Maybe I should have used a 7, but never mind. Actually, no, that works quite nicely because now I can go underneath that one as well. And then carry on down like this.
Ooh, we have too much uranium.
Ooh, that's a weird problem to have. Someone start doing more nuclear research. That is, research into nuclear things. No, research that uses oh, I don't know what I mean. Well, I sort of do, but I'm struggling to put it into words. Why am I bringing this in
The entire core
here?
area has ground to a halt because of it.
Oh dear.
I've added another warehouse of buffer. We need to get the matter disintegration stuff.
Hey Jazzy, welcome. Well, we are working towards matter disintegrations, I suppose. We'll get there sometime in the next year or two. I feel like there must be something else we can do with uranium, but even if it's just stockpile it somewhere because it's sort of valuable.
Yeah, it'll be stockpiled. That's what I'm
Okay.
currently doing.
Yeah, and we don't produce that much of it as proportionally as that stuff goes, I guess. So maybe it'll be all right. He says tones of sort of uncertainty and general doubts and whatnot. Okay, so that will hopefully be bacon data. So oh no, it's not. We need pressure containment data still in here. So that requires me to go off and rob Mike. To get the pressure containment data. But we've got the other things. We've got the London Eye data, we've got the mag cans, and the particle streamers coming in along here, and we'll be there sooner or later. So I'd like you to make bacon... That's not the bacon data I want. Wait, what? Have I got the wrong machine? Matter containment data, made in a material fabricator, double streak bacon. You're a material fabricator. Oh, double streak bacon, there we go. Not the triple bacon that we saw elsewhere. Okay, those are running. Good. That's going to be that as well then. So, yes, as I say, I now need to go off and rob Mike. However, I need to rob him for a couple of different things. I need both the... well, actually, 3 different things. I need to steal pressure containment data, fire data, snowflake data, fire data, and orange boxes. Okay, let's go and have a look. Where are all these things? So... I think fire data is quite low down the list. Is this snowflake data? Is this the appropriate snowflake? Yes, it is. So we've got snowflake data coming out here. It's not being made at the moment. That's because he's run out of memory cards. That's a known issue, which I'm hopefully in the process of fixing. Fire data comes from down here, so I'm going to need to split it off here and carry it running it along up this way until we get up to the snowflakes, which are up here. Then split them off as well, bring them over here along with orange boxes, which are here, and bring them all over and stick in a station, probably here. This looks like a nice place for a station. Okay, and hopefully suitably offend all the people with all the descriptions I'm be giving of all the different data types. Then I'll need to send over appropriate amounts of them. Now, there are 2 ways I could do this. I could try and get the proportions right and just sort of have specified stacks for trains, or I could send a signal over with requests. I think the former is sort of neater, kind of, maybe. Not sure. We shall see. See how it goes. Yeah, actually, let's have a look at the numbers for these things. So when we make one matter catalog, we require 1 pressure containment data to make, call that one matter one thing. Require 1 of those, then require 5 orange boxes and a fire data to make 1 of those. So each one of these requires, it's a one snowflake, 1 fire, 5 box. I bet these...
Oh, you don't need to bring material testing packs over.
Oh, it's even easier then. Then it's just straight up 50-50. Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out before I did something unnecessary. So, over here, right, we're going to need a splitting system. It'll go like that and like that. And then that'll bring a belt out like this. So we'll bring it up the bus here. I'm sure Mike won't mind me sneaking a belt through the middle of his bus. He's not at all precious about that sort of thing. Then up to...
I've given up trying to encourage you to do good design.
Hey, it's perfectly good design. There's actually nothing wrong with the design I'm putting together at the moment. It's a little bit cobbled on to what you already have, but that doesn't make it bad, just extra.
So the middle of your bus being where the bus runs. And
exactly, yeah. It's using the bus, following the bus system.
I don't want to defend him, but he does look like he's being reasonable.
Yeah. It might look like it, but that's how you know that he's being extra unreasonable.
Hello, Ed. Welcome. Who's 16? I'm not 16. Not been 16 for many years.
He's of course not using
those bus segments are spaced out exactly right for rather than the ground belts and so on to just work?
Yes.
Alright.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to run them all the way up, all the way up, because presumably this is going to be used by one of your data cards. Oh, no, actually, it's not. The lane I've used appears to be completely empty all the way up, so I could just extend this all the way to the very, very top of your tower if I wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't need to, but I could.
Yeah, the material science pack area now produces all the material science stuff that we need, and therefore is, I mean, nominally complete. It could be expanded, but you've objected to that concept, which is fair enough.
I don't think it's going to need expanding. I'll leave it
which
at that.
is fair. Is fair. Yes, it's yeah. Therefore, if there's a slot free on the boss, then it's genuinely it's just unused.
Mm-hmm. That was my thinking. So right, what's the train we're going to get to? So if I have a loading area here. And here, that should be fine. Then I'll put in a warehouse here, and I'll bring the stuff in here. Lovely. Oh yeah, yes. The Factorio streams tend to do quite well, Ed. Oh, okay, Arve. Well, thanks for joining. Been good to have you around, and we'll catch you maybe in the next stream. If you since it sounds like you're back into Factorio again, as everyone should be. Yes, Ed. 80. I tend to get decent numbers of viewers on the Factorio streams. It's the popular one of the stuff I've been doing, which is kind of why I've concentrated on Factorio whenever things have been a bit slow elsewhere, or even when things have been a bit slow elsewhere. This has been the big one, and the one that tends to get me all. There we go. Should be back to normal now, I hope. Let me know if the audio isn't resynced now. Right, so that's that. Now I bring a belt up here like this, although not all the way, because there's lazy bot problems, and then one going in the opposite direction along here to steal from here, and put in a splitter there, because that is just carrying, that's just carrying snowflake data. So if I bring it right up here, we can split that off. It'll go both ways. We aren't getting any snowflake data, but as I say, that's due to the shortage of memory cards. That isn't actually Mike's fault. I'll go and have a look at that in a moment and try and work out why it's. In fact, let's have a look at that now, because that is a pressing issue. So down here, we are making right now. A train load of these has just arrived by the looks of it, and is in the process of just disappearing straight into the hungry maw of the data card production facility. So yeah, it's a lot. This data card production has been a thorn in the side for quite a long time. Now, part of this is my fault, because I came in and I took away about 1,000 or more of every single one of of 12 different types of catalogue, and so that's taking an enormous number of cards to refill that, because each of these is 4,000. Each of these is 4 cards, and if there's 2,000 of each and there's 12 of them, that's 24,000. That's about 100. I've just taken about 100,000 cards out of circulation. Oh my god! No wonder the whole system is struggling.
Bioscience needs about 1 straight belt constantly currently.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely not making that. But no, I mean, at least the science ones, the ones that are getting used for science, they should get circulated generally. The problem is that I pulled 100,000 out over here to break everything spectacularly. Oh, good, glad the resync has worked. Thank you, Ed. Yeah, it's a problem I've been having for a couple of weeks. I think it's down to because I bought a 12 quid capture card, probably. Occasionally it seems to get a little bit behind, and I'm not really quite sure how. Oh, finished C block. Well done. That finished C block. That's actually quite an achievement. I've never finished C block. I have played Angel Bob's, which is like C block, but without the C part, I think. But starting Pioneers, that's ambitious. Yes. The probes do take quite a lot, but I think the probes have stopped taking them. Probably the probes have probably got enough. We've probably got enough. Oh no, we haven't actually. The belt that they should be going down is actually empty. Okay, the probes have not finished taking memory cards. Oh dear. Okay, yeah. Yes, I think I think Doopy's suggestion of another train to bring these things up is an extremely good one. Let's find a train. Where's the train construction? Here is train construction, and as usual, somebody has taken a train and not built a replacement. Lovely. I'm probably about to do the same, but never mind. Oh, is this a spare? Oh no, what do you? No, that's very not spare. That's one of Marc's ones that's just pulled into a random station for tea and biscuits, I guess. Or beer and sausage because it's German. I don't know. Am I stereotyping too much?
No.
Okay, good. There we go. Give you a rule. Yeah, there we go. Giving its instructions. The problem with this is it might cause a jam somewhere. Hopefully it'll... we'll let it run and see where the jam happens and then fix it when it does, I guess.
Yeah, that is just gonna jam.
Yes, but where? Probably here. Alright, I'll put in an additional station along... Where's the closest I can get it in? I'll put in an additional station at the bottom here, underneath where the red circuits are unloaded, where it can wait there until there's room for it to go over into the unloading area. So before I dispatch it, it has a train limit of 1 already. Okay, good. So we'll go down here. We'll take one of these, put it in here. I haven't got the signals. Yeah. Signals like that. There we go. Signals go there, and station goes there, and then I'll program it once it appears, and then finish the programming off in a moment. I mean, in the short term, it's not going to jam because there's so much demand, so I'm going to send it off anyway. But yeah, the problem is clearly the throughput rate of these substrates. So yeah, so it has a train limit of 1. The problem is that the train will come out of here and then go, ah crap, I can't go anywhere. So it'll just sit here blocking the space elevator if the other train is sat in the station over here. So it needs to go somewhere before the. It needs to go, oh yeah, I should build a new train. Thank you, good point. After just complaining about other people not building new trains. Don't do that, do that. Especially I might need to put in a third one as well. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yes, the train, if the second train would come up and just stop at the top of the elevator here, blocking anything else from coming up the elevator while it waits for the station to empty. Or while it waits for the train to leave the station specifically. And so we can't have that. So over here we're going to have a rough data wait station. Let's just call it rough data wait. There we go. No, rough substrate wait, Laurence. Let's use words like they mean something. Substrate. There we go. Professional train snatcher. Yes, exactly. So none of them come up at the moment, so I can't grab one and program it. I need to wait. We need to wait for it to shoot back up the elevator. Was that it coming up just then? No. All right, let's go and do it manually. Cubes end. So down here we have you. Oh, it's leaving. One of these trains is going to come into the station here. I think it's probably this. Yeah, it is that one. Right. So you need to also, after you go to Norvis up. I can't choose it from there. Rough substrate weight. Like that's fine. It just needs to go to rough substrate weight, and then go as soon as it's ready to. Oh, hey Johan, you move over to Twitch. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Otherwise, yes. If it would just wait down here, that would be absolutely fine. And having the other train wait here is sort of fine. It does block up another one of these unloady areas, but it's sort of fine. And it's only temporarily. It's only temporary. It shouldn't wait there for too long. If we now go up to the opposite end again and find that train, is it unloading? It is unloading. And then on here we can add in the station called stupid game. Start typing this search box instead then. Rough substrate weight goes at the bottom after Norvis up. That's fine. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, I fixed it. I do wonder if I should put in a third train and therefore obviously a second substrate weight station. We'll see how it gets on with 2 of them for now, because eventually, actually,
Limit might be loading at the bottom.
it might be, but I also don't think it will be, because these trains go via the downstream, and the downstream adds a lot of time onto the time it takes a train to do the round trip.
So yeah.
Although actually, that said, this is taking the shortcut downstream on this particular one. It's going the short way because is there stuff available to pick up here? No, because there isn't enough stuff to pick up, so it's just going to zip through at high speed like this. Zoom.
I have finished off the secondary elevator, by the way, and I'm linking with track-in, so we'll have plentiful iron from now on.
Okay, nice. Okay, so is that because we're starting to run low on iron? Ooh, here's the second one.
No, it's partly because we're just going to forget about it.
Fair. You're quite right, we are. And I think we've got enough resources that the cost of the extra space elevator cable is not that significant. Oh, I see you're on the move, so yeah, I guess that explains why YouTube would be struggling a bit. And yeah, so Twitch, you might find the videos a little bit jumpy depending on how nicely Twitch is playing with it, well, everything. But at least it should stay up to date, which is probably more important. Okay, so the second train of substrates is arriving. It's the substrates have all left, and it is about to run out. But this will double the amount of overall throughput we get. I think pretty close to doubling it anyway. So hopefully that's going to help, and eventually we'll take things over to so Mike has enough data cards being delivered. I don't know how long it's going to be until he actually gets some, because he is out in the back end of Beyond. So he's going to be sort of rather late. The question, Mike, why have you hooked this into the main trunk signal, is still on the map.
Oh yeah, never actually asked him.
I honestly didn't know I needed to be asked.
It was just written across the map, so I spotted it and went, here's a thing.
Oh, because the material science area wasn't on the main trunk signal that got plugged in afterwards. Someone plugged the main trunk signal into my material science area, not the other way around. Because if you look all the way up, all of the stations past the signal, or all the ones that were using delivery cannons, past their signal back down the green cable.
Oh, all the way over to
that transmitter, yes.
Stuff over here, or
Mike, your bus is weird.
No. Oh, no, that's on red cable. What do you mean my bus is weird? What's wrong with my bus?
There's a gap of 2 there instead of a gap of 5. So when I dragged the undergrounds across, it broke. It is a non-regulation gap. I am offended.
That's a regulation gap. That's a regulation for the aesthetically pleasing design that it has.
Lies. It's uneven and wrong and broken.
It was aesthetically pleasing. Why have you put that in the middle? You don't need it. Isn't that?
Because I object to having belts that go underneath nothing. It looks wrong.
Just put belts across the top of it. I'm going to put space scaffolding down to go underneath it.
Well, I don't follow your answer, Mike. By the way, for this.
Which bit? That bit. So this here is a signal transmitter. Yeah.
Yes.
And let's find another station that was in place at the time, which hasn't got its own signal transmitter. There are not many of them left. This up here.
Oh, you're saying this entire trunk up here when you built it, you didn't put the red and greens on it, or you didn't link those red and greens in.
I didn't connect it at the bottom, no.
Right, so you okay? Yeah, you did it wrong. Okay, fine.
No. That to that was not connected because it didn't need to be.
Except it does, because that's the design principle we've been going for.
It's a waiver on the standard design.
I've got to stop calling the pressure data snowflake data, because there is an actual snowflake data.
Yeah, I'm actually afraid that trunk thing might be a thing before I.
The trunk thing has been a thing on Norvisp, so it's probably been around for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I made it so material science worked regardless of what everyone else was doing. it doesn't. It shouldn't be making a difference now. Ooh, actually, no, maybe it is.
Snowflakes aren't made under significant amounts of pressure, are they? Unless, I suppose, if they're... I mean, there's some atmospheric pressure going on, but not a great deal of it, because they tend to be fairly high up. I mean, you can make snowflakes under pressure. But...
yeah, no, that shouldn't technically matter that the material science area is plugged into the main trunk, because in theory, nobody else is requesting the same stuff. Also on that green cable.
Come on,
I
bots.
don't know what's
Goodness sake.
being used, what the green cable's being used for currently. It might not be being used for anything. But just throwing signals on it might lead to you finding that material stuff breaks when someone else throws signals on it.
So we could just unplug from there to there.
Pressing down on me, pressing down on you.
You're removing the entire point of having that network.
Just the green cable.
Fire data.
I think currently that wouldn't cause an issue, but people might assume that it is like elsewhere. And if we make a thing across the top here above the solar panels to join the columns as we're planning on at some point, that will also confuse it.
What should I call this station?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few risks in there, but it should be fine.
Right, so we want to have fire.
Why are these two not aligned with each other? They're one pixel off, or one tile off. Oh no, it's because the thing's rotated.
And can't put pressure in there yet.
What is it?
Under pressure, pressing down on me. Yes, because the pylon is on. The pylon has been placed on a diagonal because it has cables going up and.
I worked that one out after I initially asked the question.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just a. It looks slightly untidy, but yeah, fair enough.
If that's the worst cable you find in a Factorio run, we've been doing pretty well. Come on, can we have this?
Load of please. I try not to look at other people's cabling because it upsets me.
Oh, sometimes I put cable down in such a way and I hope it'll upset you.
I don't look. It's just easier.
Come on, I can't finish programming this until that load has been placed.
Is anyone else requesting coal to Norvis? Not Norvis, to Norbit.
Coal to Newcastle? What?
To Norbit.
I don't think so.
Coal is on the bus.
But I was going to say, apart from it may well be on the bus.
So in that case, that's a yes. But that won't be on the green circuit thing. What I was thinking is, if you add, let's just say that everyone, for the sake of argument, threw the same signals onto their requests and fulfillments onto the green network, it theoretically wouldn't matter as long as everyone is requesting and fulfilling correctly, if that makes sense. Because you would still end up with stuff going to the right place at the right time.
No, when you need 50 coal, everywhere would get 50 coal. Everywhere that uses coal.
Does my thing compensate for that?
You compensating for something? Where's that station I was just building? Is it you? No. Yes, here. Right. So I want to load in. Right, I've decided I'm going to load, because these stack to 50 each, so I'm going to load 1,000 into the row into each wagon. So it means I need to put 1,000 in here, and over here we need to put 1,000 pressure data in as well. That'll fill these up nicely. Then we can dump this straight into the train when it arrives, and that should be good.
Yeah, so with no drawn system, you could theoretically end up then in a situation where one area has a whole load of excess and another area is starved, but because the two are equated, they technically balance.
Right, and the other end.
Mm.
The other end is over
Yeah.
here. I need a drop-off station. Which will probably look a lot like this. And we'll do the battery charging at this end because there's some infrastructure here. Let's get a little bit more. Let's get about that much will probably do. Let's do that again, but let's get the ground for it as well. Let's take all of that. We'll get the tiles as well, please. Thank you. Put that down here. Bring some more of this stuff in. Paste that in there. And yeah, okay, we're not going to get all of it in just yet. But once the scaffolding has been placed, then that can get built. And we can unload. Then we'll have the whichever data it was that we needed for this one, and we'll also have the one that we needed for the other one further down. In the meantime, let's continue with putting in these things. Where do we have coverage to? Not too much zoom. Oh, okay, there's coverage all the way across there. So if I put this in, just I don't want to leave a gap, but I can't see where my coverage goes to. Okay, yes I can. It goes right at the top of the screen. So it could go all the way down here, apparently. I'll put one there because I can reach there. And that's going to be not covered by this. Great. That's not going to be covered either. Grumble. That'll do, I guess. That'll get started over here. Right, so we've while that's being built, yeah, it's fine. Run out of data substrates again, of course, and there's nothing on the whole system. I wonder if that's because it's run out at the bottom. Have we managed to finally pull enough through, or is there a train on its way, do you think? Let's have a look for that. Does the station need power? Does the station need power? Oh, the station will need to be powered. Yes, that's true. I can link that in a moment. We will need power for some of the stuff that goes with the station, at least. Probably. You don't have to power actual just normal stations, do you?
No.
The inserters will need to be powered, and that combinator. I don't know what the combinator's doing. Probably nothing. But the inserters for the fueling will need power. Yes, that's true. Put that in there like that. Actually, let's... Oh, this is a loading station. That's why those are there. So remove that. Run the belt straight through the middle there. I'm going to need to put in some scaffolding going down here. And here to bring in the good batteries, take away the duff. Hang on a minute. What are you taking away? Oh, you're taking away catalogues. I don't need you then. Don't need any of this. Where do the batteries come from? Over here, right. So run a second one down there like that. Okay, there we go. That'll power the train here. We can get rid of those because they're not doing anything. And those. Okay, that's the station. That's the station infrastructure done. For that part of it at least. We then need to have some unloading over here like this that will pull the stuff out of the train and then into some sort of storage system. Like that. Or more likely that. And then, oh yeah. There we go. And then over here we can unload both of those out this way. If I make that slightly bigger, we can put one onto a single belt and then bring that over, deal with it as appropriate. Actually, no, let's bring them out as two separate belts because only one of them needs to go into this system and then the other one goes down and goes into something else. So that'll work better. the meantime, is everything good over here, wherever it is? I still can't find the station I just made. There it is. Yeah, this looks fine apart from the lack of pressure data, which is down to the, as I say, down to the data cards. Okay, right. So that means, while I'm waiting for all this to get built, I'm going to actually, I could go in and just build it by hand, couldn't I? Actually, or not, because we haven't had the update that was talked about in the Friday Factorio facts thing yet, where if you go in, the bots will change their mind about where they're going to get stuff from and do it in a slightly more sensible order. So that'll happen eventually, but not for a year or so. Right, so we put that in there and there. Then we put in the loaders along here like this to unload the train that I was just talking about earlier. We'll have a warehouse basically where I'm standing. I don't know why I have 19 warehouses in my pockets, but that seems excessive. Some inserters along here like this, and then that goes there. Whoop. I fall off the world. There we go. Back on again. Stop the world, and I got on. Back on again. Right, belt over there, and like that. Right, and then over here we need to set up these filters again, so we unload the train sensibly. So fire out of those two, and pressure out of those two, and then as usual I'm going to program over here, there, and we want to say if pressure data is less than, let's just set this to 200, I think, and that should be plenty. Give me a bit of a buffer, but also not basically not pull in too much of the data from the material area, because eventually it'll run out and we don't want that. Then over here, which one was it that you required? You needed the pressure data, so I put another loader over here, and this one is also going to be set to filtered to pressure. And we need to bring that over.
Material just made a bunch of cards. There's a flood of contaminated scrap flowing along the disposal belt.
Huh. I did just take a load of rare fire data, so I think it's probably still making that. Right, there we go. So the pressure data will come out here, flow across here, straight into this, ready in for this machine. And that's going to need an inserter, of course, because you need to put things in the machines, or they're not going to work for you. Right, bacon data complete. Oh no, I need to tidy up the outputs of this one as well, because will produce many things, including bacon data and other stuff that you don't really want, like scrap and scrap and junk data. Oh, it's all kinds of scrap. Oh, that's really convenient actually. It produces 3 different types of rubbish, but it can all just be chucked on the same scrap belt because of the way we set the system up. So as long as I take the bacon data out to the left like that, we can then feed. I can then try and play which one is Tristan's junk belt. I think it's this one over here actually. I could put it onto that because that's taking it away from the train.
Way off to the left.
Is it the one that takes the batteries away from the trains as well? Is that the one that's doing all of the junk? Okay, cool. I'll just use it.
Yeah, way off, separate from everything else.
Yes. Okay, nice. Well, that's nice and close by then. So this will then go across here like that. Of course, things aren't lining up quite as they should, but so I'll grab that and then a belt from here. I do need scrap somewhere further down the line, yes, which is a little bit silly, but I don't think it. Oh, hang on. Where is it? You're right. I do need scrap somewhere. I think it's for going from the matter catalog. Yes, it's when you turn the matter catalog into the science pack. That's when you need the scrap. So stockpiling it down here, not going to be particularly useful. But having it available in general, going to be very useful. Anyway, that is my first data. It contains bacon, so that's fantastic. Now I can look at the second one I'm just going to carry on building this up in a theoretical way while I wait for all of the data cards to get made. This time it's some sort of hairstyle, I think. Is that a head? That white bit at the bottom could be a head, and there's some sort of spiky hairstyle. I don't know. It's all weird. space science stuff. So let's put another one of these material fabricatometrons down here like this. If I get it in just the right place, I might be able to borrow that input as well, like that. There we go. So we need to bring in material testing packs, radiation data, hot data, and particle stream. So again, we've got 3 inputs, of which the material testing pack is the bulk of it, because those come in 5s, and they come from here, this one. So I can drag this down here, because hurrah for the... Oh, no, I can't. Is that going to break something later? No. Okay, that's all right. Putting some of that on the wrong side. Tristan has failed at bus, unfortunately. What's going to be the best way to do this? I could go down this column, which was previously for radiation data, which I also need. Oh, but Tristan's brought that down already for me. So yes, I could steal radiation data's column. No, I can't, because that's pink clouds.
Yeah, I've needed things later on than anticipated a bunch of times.
What goes in these columns? These are green circuits and copper. And they are free all the way down. Okay, right, we're going to go in one of those columns.
Until you find you need them for something.
Yes.
For the tier 2.
Then there will be a wailing and a gnashing of teeth. But in the meantime, you do what you gotta. Right, material science testing packs coming down this way. La 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 la. I haven't broken anything at all, I promise. Right, so that comes down to here. So we're going to need to feed those in to the machine. Probably, let's give the material science testing packs their own belt, because there's going to be a bajillion of them coming in. We're going to be getting through a lot more of them than anything else, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Let's actually do this properly. So that goes there. That goes there. Right, material science testing packs will eventually find their way down here, and we can load them in. I mean, a normal inserter is probably... Let's use a stack inserter just in case. Why use a blue inserter when you've got green ones available, basically? I'm now going to have to try and squeeze... so you're doing hairstyle data, which is radiation data and hot thermodynamics data. Let's bring in them in at the bottom, actually. Oh, actually, here's a thought. How much stuff do these produce on the output? Have I done this wrong? So this is producing... Might have done this a bit wrong. Well, I say wrong. It's not that it's wrong. It's just that it could be better. In fact, this would be generally nicer in all kinds of ways. So let's turn that round. Upgrade you. Can I have some... There we go. Upgrade you. Turn you round. Turn you round to your outputting. Turn that round. Put that there. Do that. Get rid of that. Down here we have an input belt like that. And then here we can bring this one across like... Bring this one across like that. This is the sort of thing that is so much easier to do in person, inverted commas. Get rid of that and that. Right, you go up there. No, stop being wrong. That goes like that. Right, so here we've got that. Yeah, that's passing through, and that's passing through the inputs. This is bringing out the outputs when I've turned them around like that. Okay, there we go. So what this is doing, what I've done here is instead of using the inner belt for the input and loading it into the machine, and then the outer belt for the output, I've swapped that over. So the outer belt is now bringing the input along, because whenever this runs, it requires one pressure containment data, and a red inserter can do that very, very easily. But each time it runs, it's going to produce two data cards. Some are going to be, some will be matter containment, some will be junk, but it's going to produce 2 data cards and 15 scrap and 10 contaminated scrap. So I would much rather have a faster inserter unloading all of that junk. And then these memory cards can go off here onto the bus. Right, next, this one. Let's think this one through as well. So we've got 5 material testing packs coming in, which is a reasonably significant amount of stuff. And then we've got 1 of each of the other 2 solids coming in, plus the particle stream. Particle stream is fine. I've dealt with that, although I need to rotate the machine because I think it's the wrong way around at the moment. Then coming out on the other side, we've got 2 plus 15. Oh. It is producing more particle stream than it is using up. That's really unhelpful.
We are rather struggling for particle stream at the moment.
Okay, maybe it's a little bit helpful then, but it still means I need to put in a tank here and logic and pumps and shenanigans like that. Oh, blimey. Okay, that is interesting.
So currently there's the 2 huge storage tanks, which are having an amount requested.
Okay, so it's probably going to be
requested.
okay to just shove it back out into the same thing then, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, let's...
What data are you using? Are you using lepton data at all?
Well, it's sort of irrelevant because we're going to be using all of these data types in roughly equal quantities, presumably, and making matter containment data uses 100 particle stream.
Oh, okay.
Whereas the other one, the next one, whatever this one is, hairstyle data, matter liberation data uses 100 and produces 110. So when the 2 of them run, it's still going to use 90. Still going to use up 90.
You're not concerned about the ones of mine that are using it up then?
No.
Already.
No, I'm not going to rely on those. I am going to scratch my head a little bit and try and decide how I want to plumb this in. Probably just have another pipe coming out the bottom of here, to be honest. And then let's just do this. It's kind of weird, but might just work. Here, are you a 15? No, you're a 15. Doop. And then 2 pieces of pipe there. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Let's put an underground there like that. So it's all tied together nicely. So it comes in at the top, out at the bottom, and can loop round happily. It's a bit of a long loop, but it's only 100, and pipes are fairly quick, so I think that'll probably be all right. Anyway, back to what I was talking about before I got distracted. So coming out of here, we have 2 plus 15, so we have 17 things being output every time it runs. So once again, I'm going to put the the output belt on the near side of it like that, and then have the belt of inputs, which has a couple of cards on it, I think, on the other side. Most of the time, I feel like the only thing that worries about conserving is data cards, to be honest, Radjack. Everything else, yeah, well, I suppose, yeah, you'll never get out more stuff than you put in, I guess, true, but yeah, mostly the only thing where there's noticeable conservation going on is the is with data cards, in my experience.
Laurence, up here there is a scrap station.
Aha, thank you.
It is very specifically doesn't have the belts, the loaders turned round yet on the output from the warehouse, in case you don't want a full train of scrap.
Okay. Yep, that sounds good.
You
Thank
may
you.
well do, but I was sending the train there and thought, hang on, no, you might want a sushi train.
Yeah, I might do. Yeah, it could make a certain amount of sense for that to grab some scrap from there and then head over to pick up the catalogues. Yeah, because there's Matter Science 1, Matter Science 2, and scrap, and I don't know what's needed for making Matter Science 2. Let's have a look. This is going to be scary, but oh, that also requires scrap and matter. So yeah, I guess we'll sushi between Matter Catalog 1, Matter Catalog 2, Scrap, and Matter, and those 4 can all go into the same train. That'll probably work quite nicely.
Matter might be a fluid.
True. Well, if it turns out to be a fluid, then we'll sort it differently.
Yeah, it is.
So you say you're not conserving data cards properly, Radjack. Is it because are we getting free ones or accidentally destroying them? Because those are very different problems to have. Right, matter liberation data. The other side, please. There we go. So there we go. We've got Bacon 2 and Bacon 3 coming out, or Bacon and hairstyle. Bacon in the microwave and hairstyles. I don't know. I'm not good at remembering what to call all the different catalogs. Can you data cards? Can you tell? So put one of those in there. That'll load in the other things. What else do I still need? Radiation data and fire data. So you're going to be fire, but you want to, even if you want to be a stick, you're still going to be fire. Radiation data is all the way over here. Handy. Is that outside construction areas? Presumably, because it's not been... No, it's not. Did I just weird all of that into place? I don't know. I am very confused, Ted. We can't go underneath this. We'll have to wiggle around here anyway. Let's get rid of all of that. Right, so when that gets placed, you can bring the radiation down here, wiggle it through here. It can go underneath this, which is horrible, but never mind. Then I think what I'll do is I'll shenanigan the radiation data out here, put it in with the with the fire data that's coming out of here. You could be fire. There we go, fire. Mix those onto a single belt, then we can chuck it in here, and that'll be nice and easy, or fairly easy. Okay, well, I mean, it's every large mod is always going to have minor issues and things.
Has some stuff destroyed.
Talos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I better go and check that out.
There was some rail as well just before that.
Okay. I bet it's the. Is it the? No. Look there, please. Yes, the the beam has just gone across, blown a load of stuff up, and then come back down again by the looks of it. That's going to be annoying because it's going to cut the power off to all of this. Oh, these beams are more trouble than they're worth. Where are they at the moment? Okay, they're over in this sort of area. I mean, that needs to be fixed because it's cut off this area down. It's cut off this mine, so the mine's going to stop working. But I just have this feeling that these energy glaives are going to wander straight through that again. I think for now I'm just not going to worry about it because I think we have a decent amount of beryllium. Citation needed. Yes. We have a very, very healthy amount of beryllium, as in all four warehouses. We have 2 warehouses that have nothing but beryllium in them. We have a mostly full spaceship, and we have all of these warehouses are full of at least something. So yeah, we have a huge amount of beryllium available. I'm going to just not worry about it for now. More bits of it will probably get wrecked at some point in the future, and I'll go and deal with it when it does. On a side note, the Terrace ship has arrived and unloaded and not departed. Why are these not getting loaded? These warehouses aren't full.
There's not enough rare metals. So it doesn't need more elevator cable or...
Oh, I see. So the elevator cable and batteries have gone into these anyway, but the rare metal is causing it to not run. Okay. How are we getting rare metal up here? Oh, here comes some. A train has arrived with rare metal and sulfur on it.
We had a shortage of rare metals due to the backlog of uranium earlier.
Okay. And
that was how I found out we had a lack of uranium.
Okay. And we spat out a quantity of sulfur as well, which can now be put into... Yeah, it's being put into this box over here to keep this full and immediately being taken up to go off to Big Grid at some point in the future. Excellent. Happy with that. The system is working. Well, it was until Big Grid had enough. And it'll probably be taken off to Talos as well, as and when required. And there's only 60-odd stacks in here. 50 stacks of sulfur in here. Yeah. I'm worried this is going to fill up with sulfur, but if it does, we'll get the over... Oh, it has filled up with overfill... Hang on a minute. What? Unless that was flooded in there and then... That's weird. Have I got the number wrong here? There's 3,000 in there, and these are all set... This is set to 2,000. Yes. I think I must have dropped to 0. That should be... or just got the numbers completely wrong. So 50, and I wanted about 400 stacks. So I wanted about 400 stacks of 50. Yeah, that's 20,000, not 2,000. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Oh well, there is 5,000 sulfur waiting to be taken down to the ground. How is Norvis going to deal with a large quantity of sulfur being delivered? Is it just going to bot it all away?
The bots that are taking it out to the purple chest
Oh dear.
at the moment.
Oh, oh, someone's already gone down.
Yeah.
Oops. I mean, this is inevitable because I think we are probably producing it faster than we need it. However,
you are causing shame.
it's going into the warehouses of shame. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Right.
Some is going into the buffer chest on the bus, but some of it's also going into the warehouse of shame.
Well, it'll come out of the buffer chest onto the bus as we use it up. That's the whole point of the buffer chest. But yes, this should not be happening. We need a station to take away sulfur as well. Because with the amount that's produced by Thingamywhatsit, this is inevitable. There is going to be some overflow. I could steal one of your stacker stations and turn it into a sulfur station.
You keep doing that, and it's gonna.
We're going to run out. Yeah, I know. I've stolen one so far, and yeah. Numbers are hard, Jazzy. You're quite right.
I'm going to call it here. I've had a very long day. Again with a 5:30 start, so yeah.
It's kind of understandable, I guess.
For the game.
Okay.
And I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah. Good night.
All right. See you next time. Bye.
Night, chat. Catch you later.
Put one here.
Bye.
Yeah, I was just thinking could put something in over here.
I mean, these warehouses don't all need to be there anymore. So it can go on the right hand side as well.
Yeah, okay. This seems like a reasonably sensible place to put them in. The train will go on quite a long way north, come back down again, but I don't think this is going to be particularly frequently used. Oh, this looks like... Is this a train jam? No, it's just train congestion. That's all right. And some in stations and things. Just a little bit of congestion. What was I thinking? Where is sulfur used was my first thought. And are we going to need to do shenanigans to prioritise it? And sulfur is picked up from here. I could tell the trains that go to here to go via that station first if it's open.
Yeah, we could do just a simple...
Yeah, I think that's going to be the best way. Easier than... Are you building this, or shall I...
I'm building the station, yeah.
Okay.
If you want... you obviously can't set up the train.
No, but I can bring a belt over and point it at a warehouse. Oh, I need to set this to not do sulfur as well. Now we've done sulfur in a different way. All right, feed that into the warehouse just to get rid of it. Let Tristan build a train up. Oh, that's you putting those belts in. I won't look at them and go, why are those there? And delete them then.
These are markers for where the train is, because the station's not built yet, so I can't just use that.
Yeah.
There's a station there. You shouldn't be going through that route.
Right. Has it got a name yet? No. Mudding. Fine. When you give it a name, please let me know what name you've given it. Or I could just call it Tom Mudding or straight away.
Sulfur.
Do you say sulfur?
You already opened it, so
Oh,
probably.
maybe you might be right. Oh, yes. I was wondering if you spelt sulfur the American way, but no. Right, so that's going to be... is that going to turn on when it has enough and disable so that a train can just skip it?
Yeah, that makes
I should say
sense.
full cargo then in that case. It's a shame you can't say only go to a station if you've based on your current loads, but never mind. Right, okay, that's good. If only we had LTN and so on.
So that there's.
Were there any more
you,
sulfur
you
trains?
can get it to do that, but it involves the faff I set up on the elevator cable one.
Oh, yeah, that rings a bell. Are there any other stations that use you? Yes, there are 4 stations that go to this sulfur pickup station. There's 4 trains that go to this sulfur pickup station. Helpful. Okay, so we have... I thought it was called bonus sulfur. It is called bonus sulfur. Why couldn't I see it in the list? I don't know. Full cargo. So I've done that one. I've not done that one. I've not done that one. Right, okay, so in this order. Bonus sulfur. It is there. I just can't. I'm just blind. Until full, and we'll put that at the top. It doesn't make any. It doesn't actually make any difference, but it feels more logical to put it at the top, so I'm going to. And then finally this one, add station.
You've got a train there.
Sulfur.
How much sulfur
Full
fills the
cargo.
train?
8,000.
There you go.
No problem.
Right, if there's more than 8,000 in the warehouse, station will
Great.
enable.
Thank you. Right, so I
And
mean,
it has a train limit of 1.
yeah, that sounds good.
Which...
In theory, there shouldn't be an enormous amount coming through here, but I suspect there is going to be overspill from the amount that's used up by the rest of the system. And even if there isn't necessarily, we should be able to deal with the overspill, I think. And there's also 5,000 in there at the moment, anyway.
Actually, I'm going to set the train limit to L.
Okay.
Divide by 8,000.
Okay. Yeah.
So that if there's enough for 2 trains.
Yeah. We still have no
I
rare
want to
metal in
limit
the
it to
spaceship extras. Is that? I guess that's just the train going round and round and trying to bring stuff up.
Yeah, we don't have enough in the station at the moment. It's just trying to catch up with the drought.
Right. Okay. Of all the things to run out of, eh? I suppose it's because
No, it's too much uranium.
Yeah, but still,
So,
it still feels weird whenever I see a shortage of rare metal.
Well, actually, we have caught up with the core fragments now, so
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I suppose actually no. It's expected that it'd be rare metal that would have the problem if the core processing jams up, because everything else we need in larger quantities and therefore is being produced in other places if we need it. So iron, for example, would come from the mines. Copper would come from the mines. We're only topping it up with the core processing, whereas rare metals we haven't put in any rare metal mines, I don't think. So or did we put one in over here somewhere? Maybe not. I had a feeling we may. Anyway, yeah, we're not mining up rare metals, so it's going to be the one that we're always going to be the shortest of. Right. I feel like I need to know which yak I'm shaving at the moment again. Okay, this has been built now, so this means I can come along here and put in this belt that comes down here with the nuclear radiation data on it. Come across here. Oh, this is all horrible. There's no room for anything. Do that. And go under there. Under there. No. Under there. There we go. Do it properly. That's good bots. And then over here, I need to split off the... Okay, I've probably got time. The radiation data. Radiation. That one. Yes, to this side. Like that. And that needs to come down to here. So where are buses? Right, this is all thermofluids, blue clouds, and other such likes. Let's bring it across to here then. In fact, let's just come straight across to here. Down like that, and in there. Right, there we go. That is now going to be everything for this. So we've got radiation data, we've got the hot thermodynamic data. That's all been brought in. We can ditch all the stuff, all the outputs out. We've got the 3 wiggly lines coming out this way. We've got, this hasn't been dealt with yet. This needs to come out of here. I could put it onto that belt up there, but that would be difficult to get to. Let's just do this. Nope. Damn it, that's in the wrong place. That should come down to here. Then this should go... is that the scrap belt? I think it is. What happened there? What are you doing, game? Whatever you're doing, don't. And then we have another belt coming across here, like that. It comes up here. Isn't room for a splitter. Never mind then. Then, yeah, disposal belt. And also battery belt. Why is there a gap? Why? Just why? Sigh. Okay, that comes down there. Feed the batteries in there. We've got batteries then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can bring that through as and when we need to. In fact, let's put that there for now. I can't have that there because it doesn't work. We'll put the signal in there instead, and I guess put one down here as well because it seems like a good. Actually, no, let's not bother with that one. Can bring the junk out this way. There we go. Oh, sorry, Doopy, I forgot to read that. Habit is a large part of it because when I started playing Factorio, loaders weren't a thing, so I don't really think about loaders. They're not quite so automatic for me, apart from for stations where I have managed to reprogram myself. The other reason is because I'm expecting to put in more of these machines across here when I discover I need 10,000 of each one or whatever. And when I do that, it's a lot easier if I can to unload with the inserters, because then you don't need to do faffing around with splitters and things like that. So it's mostly habit, but yeah, a little bit. To be honest, sometimes with things that produce a lot of stuff, loaders could well be better. That said, in 10 seconds, I think we can get three stacks of stuff out in 10 seconds. I think so. It will be fine with an inserter, with a single stack inserter. Although if I chuck in enough speed modules, it might not be. It's a fair point though. Yeah, there isn't a good reason why I'm using inserters instead of loaders. It's just habit. Zoop.
Have you considered energy usage and therefore moduling?
Not yet. That's a good point. I should chuck some modules in them. I should probably chuck whatever combination of speed and efficiency will keep it running at a sort of at minus 20%, sort of minus 80% power, shouldn't I? Oh, they don't take any modules.
Oh, well, I guess they're using all the power.
Yes, and yeah, I guess I'll be put. If they don't use modules, does that mean you can't beacon them either? I think it does. I think it means you can't beacon them.
I can believe that.
So yeah, these are going to be running at the speed they want to run at, which is probably a good thing actually, because I haven't really left room between them for to put the wide area beacons in particularly neatly. Now, I mean, I could with some underground belts, but it's a little yeah. You're welcome, Doopy. It's yeah, I say not entirely logical, but then I have to admit sometimes I'm not entirely logical. I can often justify what I've done, but it's not necessarily a good reason as such, just a sort of more of just a justification. Right, anyway, that is me 2 cards in. It's taken me 3 hours of play, but I have got I've got the first 2. I've got the wiggly line cards done. Matter synthesis data is they're getting easier. That's a relief. Just quark data and particle stream. Oh, and thermofluid. Oh, I need to worry about thermofluids in this one as well. Okay, maybe they're not getting easier. I take it all back. All is, what's the opposite of forgiven? Let's put that there. My idea isn't going to work. I was thinking if I put one there, then I could put one here. Oh, actually, it might. do. Yeah, we've got 3 inputs. Let's see what how the inputs look on this. Because my theory is if I can bring this in from above, then that reduces the piping I have to do, and then I can bring the thermofluid in at the sides, and that means when I put a second one in, I can have it next to it like that, and bring just one fluid and bring the fluid up the middle to feed both of them. We'll see how that cunning plan goes in a moment, I suppose. You can't beacon coal miners, and they don't take modules either, so I assume you can't. That seems like a very good, logical what's name regular. I think you're probably right. We're probably not going to be able to beacon these, so they are going to take up all of the power in the world. So it's just quarks in and loads of stuff out, but most of it's junk. Okay, that's fine. I can deal with that. Quarks, are you a quark? No, you're not. You're a, I don't know, Star of David. These
on
are
the bright
quarks.
side, that means you can't use beacons on them, so you can't make them draw even more power.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah, let's be positive about this. Also, let's do that and save on data cards. It's probably going to bite me in the long run when I eventually need those again. But if I program it with excessive numbers of inserters in there, numbers of splitters, sorry, then at least it'll continue to work in the future. Quark data. This is Panda data, isn't it? So we want Panda data coming out here. Also, we want those a square higher up, like that. Come on, do what I mean. Those go in there. Absolute pandemonium. Then over here, I delete that and that. Pipe there to... Oh, I could have gone one square lower. Never mind. No, that way. Pipe that in. Right, you are going to be doing the... What am I on to now? Matter synthesis data. So if I put that like that... No, it's not going to work. My hope was that I'd be able to put another one of these here with the warm like that coming out in the same place. And yeah, damn it. That was such a nice idea, but it's just not going to, straight up not going to work. So what's going to be the best way to hook up all of these? I could bring in the I could have the particle stream drop down the middle like that. Bring in the cold at the top and the hot at the, so get rid of those. Cold at the top, hot at the bottom, or vice versa. Then over here, I'd still want to have the particle streams opposite. So that would, yeah, then that's, I'm just going to have to, I could leave it like that. That's going to be an easier way to bring the particle stream. Let's do that. I'm just going to have big gaps and multiple pipes running up and just have them all the same rather than being able to do anything particularly neat with it, which is a shame. So I'm going to need a belt out from here. I'm going to need a fluid in. Let's make the belt go underneath that one. I'm going to need fluid out. So do that. Can I go further with this? No, that's the limit of the undergroundiness. I think that's fine. It means I'm using up slightly more underground belts for this than is absolutely 100% required, but I don't care. They're cheap. Then I could use no, sevens don't. Sevens don't have. Oh, hang on. Yes, sevens do have a junction in the middle, so I could put a 7 here. No, I can't, because it'll get foul up with the next one. Let's copy and paste this, because I'm bound to need more than one of each of these machines. So I'll put that in there. Then over here, I need to get... So this is obviously going to need to go underground there and as far as we want that way. Could that be a 3 there, then? Yeah, no. Well, it's a 4, but that's nearly that's basically a 3. Actually, no, it's not. That's a 5 and a slightly better underground. Slightly shorter underground, sorry. So 5 goes like that, and like that, and like that. Yes, that. And then there. And I don't need to... Won't go any further right now. Oh, excuse me. This could be a 7. Probably better to be a 9 though. Shame there isn't an 11. We could do that and then put... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's okay. And then put 3s in. Like that and that. There we go. I mean, yes, 4 is basically 3 if you're rounding if you're rounding numbers, which I sometimes am. Right now, for example, this is going to be a problem because we're going to need to have those there like that. And in this particular case, I could move this one across to there, and then put the extra couple of pipes in like that. That's only mildly horrible, so I'm kind of okay with that. Oh, and I've heard it's yeah. When you're sort of approximating, you can do all kinds of crazy roundings, like with what was it about 10 being basically 1, Tristan? Didn't you have someone who said that?
Pi is basically 1.
Oh, pi is basically 1. Yes, there we go.
And pi squared is basically 10.
Yes. Heard it here first, gang. Okay, I'm going to need to get my coolant.
Depends how precise your measurements need to be.
Yeah. To an order of magnitude is often fine. Right, so now I'm trying to do coolants. And what are we playing with here? We're bringing in super chill and taking out warm. Right, okay. Yes, 4 is indeed basically 1. When you're, it depends how much you care about precision and rounding. That to the nearest what's the word I'm looking for? To the nearest order of magnitude, saying that pi is 1 is perfectly fair. We're not being precise here. It's just for sort of, if you're trying to get a rough idea of whether, for example, whether something is going to be, if you're trying to estimate the circumference of the Earth, for example, and trying to work out whether it was 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, or 1,000,000 miles, that's the sort of calculation we're talking about here when we're using these sort of numbers. This is the warm one, which is this one, the bottom one. Still too long. There we go. Now, an order of magnitude is to the nearest 1 followed by an appropriate number of zeros. Kind of. I mean, that's not 100. It's not quite accurate, but that's sort of what an order of magnitude is in this context. Yeah, we're definitely not trying to win any prizes for rocket science with these sort of estimates. Oh, curses. The 9 was too long by 1 square. However, I think it'll fit in quite nicely here. And down to about... Oh, these pipes are... Something's gone wrong here. Okay, oh, these are... Yeah. Huh? Okay, these are deliberately in the wrong place. All of these belts are... all of my belts are in the wrong place. Rage. Oh well. I'll try and get it right next time. Sorry, Tristan, I've horribly broken your bus countings.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Not even deliberately either. So it's okay to... Hang on. Right, yeah, this column is the left-hand side of the gap. So it's correct down to here and to here. Maybe I haven't. Wait, I'm very confused. So the next one is here.
I think it's possible there is a gap of 4.
Right, I think that's the problem. Yeah, all right. Okay, it's you, Tristan. You've broken your bus counting. You're as bad as Mike. Right, okay, so that comes down here. We've got the coolant coming in there. We've got stuff coming out of here. Are you producing junk? Yes, of course you are. But none of it is stuff that I need to worry about. It can all just be straight filtered with the card coming out to the. And what are we doing this time? We're doing the swirly card. That one, matter synthesis data. I'll have that come out on this side, and I'll have this move across one down here. There we go. Lovely. And then from here, we can then take this underground, going under. This pylon is always in the way. And then this comes out over this way. And down like that. There we go. Yeah, true. I should be. I am already on this side, but for some reason not over here. All right, let's put one of these in over here and just solve and put everything out of its misery. That can go there, and then we'll easily power that. In fact, you know what? Can we upgrade that to that? No, we can't. We'll take that one out. We'll put that in there instead. There we go. Massive upgrades, and we can take. We can't take that out yet, but we will. We'll be able to in a moment. Okay, we are now three data cards in. That's 3/4 of the way, and it's only taken me all evening. So, what's the fourth one? It would be nice. It would be nice to finish this off, wouldn't it? Is matter analysis data, and that. No, we've done that one. No, we haven't. We've got 2 lines, 3 lines, imperials, and a magnifying glass. There we go. I don't remember that quote. I have played Portal 2, obviously, because I think everybody in the world has played Portal 2. But I don't remember the specific quote you're getting at, I'm afraid. Because we've got 3 inputs on this one and particle stream. It's only one of each, though. That's quite easy as these go. So we'll have, I guess, an input belt, another input belt, and therefore a machinimatron here. Have I run out of these? Or are you outside? Yeah. Have we run out of those? Norbit. Yes, we have. Okay, how have we run out? I mean, didn't I make enough modules for all of that? Let's have a look over here. I assume its modules we're out of. Yes, we've run out of the tier 6 blue and green modules. Okay. And it feeds back particle stream. Okay, I'm not too worried about feeding back particle streams because there is enough space in the tanks at the header tanks at the top of the pipe that we can push quite a lot back in there without any serious worries. Oh, this is probably why we're having problems. I never actually finished this off because I don't know, just didn't really. I'm gonna need a bit more over there. So now you can reach all the way under there like that. Lovely. Is that why this is broken? Yes, it is. Okay, well, it's nice to know what's screwed it up, and it is my memory, as is traditional. So fix that. It's such a trivial fix. It's just we have to wait for bots to come over and do it. So it's going to take a little while. Everything else, presumably, we have. Yes. Yeah, looks like it. It's just I screwed up the getting rid of the junk from here, so we stopped making the machine learning data. Come on, bot. Here, bot. Ooh, productivity module 8. I think we might be able to. Are you a 7? I can't tell. Yes, of course you're a 7. You've got another blob on it. We might be able to make the 8s. What's the other thing? What's the other bio thing we need?
Self-sealing gel.
That's
what we're currently researching.
Oh, is that what's actually needed? Okay.
And neural gel.
Oh, and neural. Okay, this is going to be hard. Then we're not going to be doing them for a while. So I'm going to rotate that. But we do have 9 tier 7 diddly modules.
They're worth putting in the labs then.
Yes. I shall make it so. So, module inserter I want to take for the... have we done labs already in my list of Doom? I don't see them. Yeah, tier 8 and 9 are going to be harder to get working with the system, but we'll get them in there later. Science.
It'll just be a bit of spaghetti.
Yeah, exactly. We
That
like
well-known
spaghetti. Fluidized spaghetti. Space Science Lab, I want you to be filled up with Prod Mod 7. I'll do the second one in a moment. So we do module inserter U. Boop, there we go. I was going to use most of them, but that's fine. And then in here, I want to replace one of those with a Prod Mod 9, like that. So there we go. Now I can do it to U, and we will have, requesting. So here we're requesting 6, and here we're requesting 5, which is a total of 11, and we have 9. But that's fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can't do them all right now. Once this gets completed, and I've put that in. There, then this will flow again. In fact, it might be flowing a little bit already, yes, because putting in the underground belt has created a bit of space on here, so we've managed to flow the scrap through a little bit, but not actually all that much. But eventually a bot will come over here, drop this one off, then we will start producing these machine learnings fairly quickly. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point, because they will automatically be brought over here because we've got the green chests. Over here. These are the productivity ones. Yes, that's a good point. They will be brought over and dropped off here by the bots as they take them out. So yeah, we will. That will allow us to hopefully make a couple more, and we'll see how that goes. Not so far, but yeah, we'll definitely get a couple more out of it eventually. And then eventually this will be placed, so we'll get some more out there as well. Come on, bots. We have made this is too big a robo network. It is genuinely ridiculous. We should have delivery trains taking out lots of the stuff that we need, and then I don't know what we should be doing about funny buildings, but basically we should. Yeah, this is a silly system. I would if it was me personally, I wouldn't build a robo network this big, let alone the size of the one down on Norvis. There we go.
You would be going around everywhere manually.
Yeah, probably, but maybe I'd have had the sense to put in some some automated trains of delivery of construction stuff that would go around and just make sure there's plenty of belts, plenty of scaffolding, plenty of track, plenty of pylons, all that sort of stuff in every single station, in every single area. Then I'd have a sub roboport area for each one of the sciences and so on. But yes, you're quite right. I probably would be spending quite a lot of time just flying around doing things manually. I did last time anyway. I spent an embarrassingly large amount of time flying back and forth across the base. So perhaps this is better in some ways, but also in some ways it's also worse. Right, that is now running again, so we can make some speed modules. Hurrah! And they're enough of them. Some of them are sneaking past. Why are you not running? What's your problem? Oh, you finished.
There isn't a major UPS impact of you flying across the base.
That's true. Oh, no, we don't want that one. We do want this one, though. So for some reason there was a rotated module. I don't know. Oh, yes, I thought I'd made enough, so I thought, right, well, let's try and save some stuff, which was a bit daft. Right. So anyway, that is running now. We will eventually get some more modules up here. What's complaining? Oh, it's a one piece of solar panel is waiting to be upgraded. So we will eventually get some more modules brought over here. We'll be able to make some more of these machines and actually, get on with things. I actually noticed an activity poke thing basically immediately. That was probably a good stretch. Thank you. Right, and then down here we will continue with trying to puzzle out what on earth goes on in this area. So what was I even doing down here? Let's look in FNAI again, because... Oh yes, matter analysis. So we need quantum phenomenon and quark. And phenomenon is this one. And quark is the panda one here. So actually, conveniently, we still have those on the belt. Well, let's steal that random London Eye data back, because that shouldn't be there really. So the phenomenon data comes down here. I could bring that over into this. Let's bring that over into this bus area. Or alternatively not, because there's a pipe in the way. Alright, let's get rid of this pipe and replace it with an underground. No. An underground and a threer. Do I have a threer in my pockets? No. Let's just get the bots to do that then. Threer in there, and then you can go to the ball. And come up there. Yes, that's right. Then come down here, thusly. Merge with the other one, which will come through here. Having come down, actually. Oh yes, this one. Duh. I was trying to work out where on earth where this one was coming from. Must be getting late. Either that or I'm just remembering things badly. So you come across here and then there, like that. And the other thing was more of these boxes, wasn't it? Orange boxes. Yes, material testing pack. Why not take from the other splitter? Right, so the reason I put these splitters in like this was because, well, firstly up here I was going to filter out the London Eye data to go out into this one and have the pandas go downwards. But then I thought, actually, I don't need the London Eyes down here, so let's not fill this side of the belt up with it. However, if I discover later that I do need more London Eye data, perhaps for the matter science too, then I can remove the filter from this this splitter, and it'll still only have the London Eye data coming out this side. For now, and so I've done the same with the panda data down here. Just in case I do get London Eye data coming down here, I want to be able to filter off just pandas. Does that answer the question? I think it probably does. If not, shout. And then we need orange boxes coming down to about here. Where there's a splitter. Good. I try to answer questions, but especially when it gets to this time of night, and when the designs are getting this weird and complicated, and from my courtesy of my diseased mind, it gets harder to answer questions. Sometimes I might not answer the questions quite as well as I mean to. So load and distant load like that. All right. And then on the other side, we'll do an unload, and then we'll grumble about needing, what was it, plasma stream, I think. It's plasma stream in and out, wasn't it? Just to be awkward. 50 in and it's 50 in and 35 out, so at least it's less coming out than going in. That's slightly less painful. So we need to bring the plasma stream down even further.
Apart from the serious lack of it.
Yeah, okay, but that's sort of I don't know, that's a thing that should be dealt with in other ways.
Yeah, I'll change the modules in them to actually involve some speed modules.
And so along here we bring the pipe out like that, down like whatever, like that, I suppose, and that. Pipe, 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 like that and that. And yes, you're right. We're going to need to be pulling out. We're going to need to filter this belt as well. You're quite right. I haven't forgot, although I am going to struggle a little bit to squeeze it in. Not that. There. That go there, and then we can have the. I am working on matter science, Doopy, which Foxo, which is what I've been working on for the last 2 or 3 weeks, maybe it's probably about 3 weeks by now. But I've finally got the modules I need in order to make these material fabricators, and so I'm actually able to start making some of the science that I want. It has been an odyssey, or possibly an oddity. But either way, it's been a lot of work and a lot of effort. But now I am finally starting to be able to make all of the bits and pieces I need for matter science. And at this rate, actually, I think I'm going to make the catalogues today, unless there's some weird and terrifying secret extra ingredient that I haven't noticed yet. Last underground. What the? I think they're all okay. That one's definitely okay. That's the worst looking one. Okay, so over here we are making the magnifying glass data. It's data cards. It's in here. Magnifying glass data. These two, that's the first two. This is the other two. If I bring this down here, yes, this could work. And like that. There we go. Lovely. And then we can go underground here like this. Oh, we're researching plague. I hadn't even noticed. Oh, so we are. Maybe I should just drop that on Talos and go, screw you guys. Ooh, I'm ready to put in this belt over here. Which means I also need to put in for the next one. A bit smaller, 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 smaller. There we go. Need to put in this one as well. Lovely. And then I can put in a splitter here and belts like that. And this is the junk disposal belt, so that'll take all of the scrap away to be reprocessed elsewhere. And now these two belts have all four of the, well, in theory, these two belts have all four of the Matter Science 1 data cards on them. Now, yeah, there are some problems with supply around here. We're not getting the we haven't even asked for these things yet. There's probably going to be massive shortages of data cards because we've had massive shortages of data cards for the entire evening. Let's turn these off. I don't care about them very much. No, that's plastic. Yeah, it's probably this belt. But in general, we are not making. Yes, these are the data cards that I need. We are not making them because there's still no blank data cards coming through. They are still being made over here in significant quantities. It's just that these significant quantities are getting absolutely plundered by all of the other science production areas because somebody asked for about 100,000 data cards worth of catalogues to go into his module area. So yeah. Yes, I know Matter Science has two tiers. I think it's caused more than just a couple of tiers in me. But yes, we'll come along to the other tier at some point in the future once we've researched it. But at the moment, I'm trying not to worry about that too much. So just out of curiosity, stop shouting. There we go. Blank data cards. Now we have a steady rate of production over the last 5 seconds. Okay. This is an interesting graph. Presumably quite a lot of this is the consumption rate of the the production rate is from being produced from science processes. So that's basically useless. I'm not sure what caused that spike there, but something did. Let's actually look at polished data substrates. I think that might be a more interesting graph. Yeah, because this is showing when we've been making the blank data cards and the sort of quantities we've been making them in. So in the last hour, we have made 144,000 actually. So me saying I took 100,000 of them last week, that has been compensated for 50% over. So
that ping is going to interest you, Laurence. It's an empty warehouse that should have substrate in.
Oh, okay, so we've ripped through all the supply of substrate. I'll have a look at that in a moment.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've been producing lots of these. Oh, okay, sorry, Tempe asked if there were 4 tiers of Matter Science. Okay, I got it. There are a couple of other data cards we need to look into as well. So we've got the two I don't know where to look for these sort of things. Let's have a look in science. So we've got Matter Science, but then there is a Matter Science 2, as Doopy says. But also there's this one, the advanced tech card, that we're going to need to do at some point. That looks pretty simple, to be honest. It although it does, we'll probably want to start making advanced research servers for it. But apart from that, it's all stuff that we've made. It's all stuff we know about. There's nothing too drastic in there. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the wasp name to make it all, I suspect, because it's going to require bringing in bioscrubbers. It's going to require bringing in immersium to make the gear wheels, batteries, pile. There's a lot of stuff in it, but it's not going to be. None of it is sort of completely unexpected, unfathomable. It's just means lots and lots of things need to be brought into the same place and then put into a research server with a big shovel. Are there any other data cards? I don't think so. Then after that, we'll be on to the deep space science. So, yeah, I'm not sure where Matter 2 comes in. Oh, no, I take it back. There's the Singularity tech cards as well. So there's yet another one. In fact, there seems to be... there's 2 recipes for it. It's an Arcosphere thing. That's why.
Matter 2 is after Deep Space 1.
Oh, yeah, so it is. Right, so okay, after I've finished Matter 1, we'll probably do Advanced because it's relatively straightforward. And oh yeah, it is a prereq for Deep Space 1 as well, actually, because you need to do Advanced in order to get Singularity Labs, and you need to do Singularity Labs in order to get Deep Space Catalogs 1. So yes, we are going to need to do that. What are you waiting for? Oh. What else are you waiting for? Oh, you're waiting for Matter. So yeah, we absolutely need to do Matter. Once we've done Matter, we can do Naquium, and somebody can go off and start trying to set up Naquium mining, while somebody else does the advanced tech card. And then while the other two try and just beat everything else up and try and get it working properly. So yeah, there's quite a web going on ahead of us. Now to answer Doopy's question about how the trains are holding up, and also go and look at Tristan's ping where there is an empty warehouse. It's not quite empty anymore, but yeah, it's not as full as it would be. It would be
okay, that means
approved.
The train has turned up, dumped everything.
And gone. So I mean, we're making these things at quite the rate. They are currently being made, so things are probably okay. I mean, maybe I could make another copy of this, basically double the output of the data substrates.
That's probably about a couple of blue belts.
Sorry?
That's probably a couple of blue belts of output.
Yeah, maybe slightly less. I don't know. Does that look like 2 belts to you in total? I'm not very good at adding them up in my head. I think it's more like 1.5 because those two there, I reckon. Yeah, so we get it probably, and this one is mostly full. So I could.
Okay, counterpoint. We have better modules now.
True.
These are all tier 3 modules.
Your
upper one here could be worth putting better modules in.
Oh, you're thinking putting better speed modules in rather than better productivity modules?
That was pinging the general area.
Oh, the general area, okay. Yeah, it's definitely...
Probably involves a belt upgrade as well, but...
Yes. Although, if we put better productivity modules in, it'll slow the machines down. So we'll actually get less stuff out, but we'll put less resources in. So we could double it and put in tier 6 productivity modules, and then we get more stuff out for the same amount of stuff in, or maybe a bit more stuff in. But we get but I don't think we have 4 times 9 times 2.
That's quite a lot of tier 6.
It's 70, 80, about 80 tier 6 productivity modules. Yeah, that might be going a little bit far.
I was thinking upgrade everything to tier 4 speed and productivity.
Yeah, that is also a possibility. How are we shipping stuff down to Norvis at the moment? I know Marc did a train at one point.
It's just a dump system currently.
Oh, okay. It's just chuck things in the dump system. They end up on Norvis. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a possibility.
So over here, there is.
A blue chest that could be set to request.
There's 2 blue chests you can set requests on.
Okay. What do we have in the way of prod mods?
You would want the requests being set automatically somehow for things that are being requested, rather than I want to just have this stuff thrown down there.
Yeah, it would. Yes, you'd have to do it in some sort of clever way that only does it once, basically.
Yeah.
Memory cell. It counts each time something gets passed out of it. And reduce and deducts it from the count. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's kind of moot at the moment because until we get some more vitamelange extract through, we're not going to be building any productivity modules at all. Or actually, that said, we have 45 of the tier 6.
The factory must grow.
Suddenly a wild Pete appeared and disappeared. I'd complain, but I think I've done that to you guys when you've been gaming at least once in the past. I know how to get my own back. I'll tell Pete that he sounds like Mike, and I couldn't tell the difference between them, and was wondering what Mike. And so I was going to say I thought Mike had gone. What was I saying? So yes, we need. Yeah, we've got quite entertainingly. We've got quite a lot of tier 6s, but we haven't got the tier 7s or the tier 4s or 5s because of the way the supplies are going. Yes, we could put better speed modules in the production system down there as well. That would obviously speed it up. Speed modules are being built at a suitable rate. What do we actually have here? We have 1 tier 6 and we have 4 and 5s and 4s. I think at the moment I sort of feel like the module system just needs to be left to run for a while to produce enough modules to make all of the matter fabricators and to produce and to get some of the buffers filled up a little bit. Although I am not against going in and tweaking some of the numbers. So if we say, actually, I would like to have lots of tier 4s, so we can do a little bit of an upgrade to that system down there. I'd be quite happy to go in and change some of the numbers so it stockpiles, say, 20 of the tier 4s before it starts upgrading them to tier 5s and 6s.
If we have a standard, this is the one we use a lot.
Exactly.
This is the one we don't use much.
Yeah, and the system is set currently to stop. Well, if all of the inserters are set to run, it is set to build up to 50 of each of them and to have a minimum of 5 of them in the chest. So it'll stop when it gets to 50, but it also won't take if there's fewer than 5 of the previous tier. These numbers, as I say, can all certainly be tweaked once we have a better feel for what we're going to what we can afford, what we want to use, and that sort of thing.
I've just had a look at the power graph because I upgraded the modules in the particle accelerators, and so the speed modules got put in, power ramped up massively, and then the efficiency modules got put in.
Oh yes.
Drop back down again.
Intriguingly, I can't. Oh, I was going to say I can't see any of my matter fabricators, but that's because most of them aren't running. Why have you? Why? Oh, okay. You haven't got an output. So they did run for a moment. Let's see if we can find the matter fabricators in the last hour probably.
Decontamination facilities are using a fair bit when they run.
Don't you just love Factorio search? I typed in I typed in matter fabricator and there's a bajillion things in there. There they are. Bajillion things in there. So yeah, it spiked up to 292 megawatts total, and then dropped off again very, very quickly.
I typed in matter and nothing's there.
Oh, are you looking at? No, even over the last 5 seconds. Are you on the power graph?
I'm on 10 minutes. Yeah.
How odd.
If I put mat with 1T as material fabricator.
Oh, we've obviously got our searches set up differently.
Yeah.
It still shows me a lot of things like meteor defense installation when I search for material fabricator. Anyway, what was I? Oh, I think it's searching through all of the text that comes with them, maybe?
I get 4 things. I get material fabricator, centrifuge, filtration plant, and radiation facility.
Anyway, my thought was we're using about 300 megawatts there. So I mean, when they all go away. There we go. So how do I clear what I've searched for? Can I just close it? Sorry. No, but when there's a massive. Yeah, all right. There we go. So if we're producing 20 gigawatts, we've got 12 gigawatts of headroom. That means there's room to plug in like 36 material fabricators before we start to see problems. So I think I've got fuzzy search. I think you're right, Doopy and Regular and Zeno. You're all right. I think I've probably got fuzzy search turned on, which is a bit of a fail, but never mind. Yeah, so we've got room for about 36 material fabricators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I've made 5 so far. So this area can expand quite a bit before we start to have power issues. But yeah, eventually we might start to have power issues. So making a matter
So in order
catalog
to fix our power issues, we need immersium.
Maybe, yeah.
Immersium plates.
Now I can just
Because we
copy.
need aeroframe scaffold.
Oh right, yeah, okay. That sounds very reasonable. Take super chill, outputs warm. Right, so what I'm going to do here is just copy this. Let's leave those pipes underneath out. And I'll put this in here. Yeah, here will do. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Now, if I'd thought this through perfectly, I'd have arranged it so that we had the thermofluids up here. So I had this one and this one next to each other because they both involve thermofluid, but never mind. It's just going to be a few extra pipes. I can deal with that. So these belts, we have an input belt here. We have an input belt here. I'm going to need to go underground to get out of here, but that's fine. I can manage that. And I need to reprogram all of these once the machines appear. So we also have super chilled on this side. That's a problem. Oh dear. Especially as those are in the wrong place. According to that. There we go. No, that one. Down. And... why is everything in the wrong place? Is that in the wrong place? No, it's because Tristan had, as he said earlier, he had a random 4 in there for no apparent reason. I think I know why you probably had the random 4 in there, because I've done it myself. It's because there was a... it's because there's 4 different types... there's 4 different types of thermofluid.
Thermofluid.
There we go, right. And that one now further down. Which side was it for input? Bottom. Cool. Then down here we go. Under. To here. No, it's not actually. It's not the thermofluid that's for... oh, I don't know. It's all a bit of a mess over here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's not the thermofluids that's 4. You've got thermofluids and ion stream as your 5. It's all a bit of a mess, and most of it isn't my fault. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, there's the that one. Then over here, come over to here, and then bring the pipe down again. And is that another? No, it's at least that looks like a 7. Nope, it's a 6. Also known as a 5 and a couple of 1s. Right, there we go. So there we go. There's all my coolants in. These need to be reprogrammed, of course. So we say, no, don't do that. Actually, we want you to do that one. Matter catalog UEs. All the way across there like that. Right. Job done. I've now made matter catalogs, theoretically. And when I say I've made something theoretically, that means that they're all being... all of the belts and things are in position to make them. There's just, shortages of inputs and stuff. So it is presumably still this words. Oh, I haven't made a train to do this. Wherever it is, this bit. No, not that bit. This bit yet. But then on the flip side, we haven't got the stuff in for it yet. So let's see. So what are we? How is this working? So we've got supply of it all here. It's material for matter pickup. Fine. So we need a train to come from there and then to the station that is down here. Have I given this a name? No, I haven't. Material for matter drop off. And these will prevent it unloading excessively, but we need to tell it to depart if it runs out of anything. So let's have a quick think about this. A train, you can set it up to matter material for matter pickup, go there until full. Material for matter drop off. Right, this is the slightly more complicated one. We don't say empty. We'll say here we go. We can say when. I should have used this for some of the other trains actually. This has been much more. This has been slightly easier than the way I did program it, but never mind. So it was the fiery data is equal to 0 or item count pressure data. No, not that one. Pressure data, that one, is equal to 0. So when either of those is equal to 0, it leaves, goes back to material for matter pickup to refill, and then brings it over here and unloads. Yes, I do indeed. I want to do more than limit the wagons. I want to filter the wagons. So in here, I want to say I would like to have that one. I would like to then copy that, and I want a row of each one. And then here I would like to have pressure data. Stop pressing the wrong button. Okay. Doing a lot of deep space zone discoveries. And I'd like to bring that up to there. Then copy that to there.
Yep.
And we have a train that is then ready to go. So we can send that to material for matter pickup, and it'll sit there forever because there is insufficient. There's no pressure data because we don't have any of the other thing. Will that work? Probably. Find out. Actually, no, I don't think it will work. I think I've tried that before and it didn't. You end up with the bits of train overlapping and it doesn't, and the game gets very confused. So we'll put that there. There we go. Okay, so that's going to bring me down these two memory cards, which are going to flood over into here. So that's going to be it's going to be all of those inputs. And what are you waiting for? You're waiting for the other one of them. So that's fine. Down here, these are actually running. So that's great. This one down here is, what are you waiting for? Christmas? Oh, you're waiting to be told what to do. That's fair. All right, do the matter analysis data, please. That chugs away too. That'll run. And okay, so we have two of them running nicely. The third, this one up here isn't running at the moment, but will. Sorry, the other two aren't running at the moment, but will once we get these data cards through. There's no point in trying to hurry the train over and say, well, we'll get the fire data in and start that one going, because, well, it's not going to actually gain me anything. We'll still be waiting for the pressure data. Yes, indeed, pink cards. This one. So we've got. So I guess that answers the question once and for all as to whether whether this is pink science or purple science. Actually, no, it doesn't, because that's sort of pinky purpley, and these ones are red, and we haven't got a red science yet, so it is actually a different colour completely. So,
yeah, matter is purpley orange. It's a mix of the two.
It is purple and orange, yes, but these things look sort of a slightly pinky red to me. Sea of Sorrows. That's very very fantasy. So I now need to put in another train system to bring these matter catalogues and the matter 2 catalogues when we make them in about 1 million years. We can't call them both pink. That's far too confusing. We'll tell you what. We'll stick with purple for these ones, and because they're Tristan's, and red for these ones, because that way neither of them is pink, and therefore we won't get confused. So I need to put in another station over here to load in the matter catalogues. And the matter 2 catalogues when we eventually make them, and we'll also sushi in some junk, some scrap on this belt, on this train, because we're going to need that for the sciencing. So let's have a look at numbers for this. Oh, light pink, purple, and magenta. There's only 2 of them. Gobi. There's only 2 of them. We can't have pink, purple, and a magenta. Right, so this requires to make the actual science. It takes 1 matter catalogue and 10 scrap. Fine. To make the matter 2 catalogues is 1 of those, and 10, but that makes 4. But anyway, it's the ratios that matter. So for every catalogue we bring in, we need to bring in 10 scrap. And catalogues stack up to, I'm going to assume they're the same as the material ones, they probably are. Catalogues stack up to 50. So for every stack of catalogues, we need 500 scrap, which means 10 stacks of scrap. So basically, the train needs to be 40. If we have 40 stacks of scrap, then we have 4 stacks of catalogues. That's ridiculous, but okay.
Jeez.
I'm not.
It's a scrap train that happens to have some catalogues on it.
Basically, yes. So yeah, so in here we're going to put scrap, which I think is in here. Scrap. That one. Okay, Pete can't tell the difference between any of them. I mean, they're different brightnesses, but that doesn't necessarily help. Because one is Yasna, the other is Shalan. No, because they're the various different catalogues of the same flavour come in different in slightly different brightness levels based on how much of them is lit up. So you might be able to see over here the energy catalogues. They're all the same colour. Well, kind of if you zoom out far enough, but they're but the 4s look brighter than the 1s because more of them has gone on into the lighter colour. Into the lit up version of the colour. Yes, I think that made sense in my head.
Yes, Pete, you can definitely see that. As someone who's colourblind, they all look the same.
Right, there we go. Oh no, actually at the moment I can put 4 stacks in. There we go. The colours are indeed the same flavour. These all taste purple to me. So there we go. I've zoomed in on them now, and you can see the actual difference. That this one has 1 light and 3 dark. This one has 2, 3, and 4. But that means when you look at belts of them flowing like this, from here at least, I can tell that the one on the right looks slightly darker than the one on the left, but I can't entirely tell why. And if I go over to the science area up here, it's even more pronounced. You can see you can make out, well, at least I can make out the difference, a little bit of a difference between, well, the 2 on the top look brighter than the 2 on the bottom. I think it probably goes 1, 2, 3, 4, but I can't really tell from here. But there's definitely a difference between the bottom one and the top one in the sort of the brightness of the icons. Which means that just saying that, oh yeah, you can tell the difference between these and the matter ones by the brightness is extremely unhelpful because no, you can't. You probably can't because the different tiers appear different brightnesses when you look at them from a certain distance away. Yes. And these are apparently, well, these do look pretty pink, a sort of a pastely peach, not quite peachy pink, but a pink. Yeah, they are quite a pastely pink. But the catalogues, when we make those, look a bit redder. Anyway, that is all. That has nothing to do with anything at all. Let's go and copy another station. Here is a station. Let's copy it. Oh, but I wanted to put the warehouses on the bottom. Let's look at other stations. Have I put the warehouses? Oh, I put the warehouses on the bottom of this one. Excellent. That'll do. I'll take a copy of this one then instead. So we'll copy that part. And we'll take the tiles, because I'm going to need those. Ah, that's insufficient. Let's undo that. Copy that again. Going to need a few more tiles than that. Like that. There we go. Tiles. Plus, there we go. So we'll take that, put it down over here. So if I do that, then I don't need to extend the track down any further. I can put this in here, bump, and then bring this belt basically straight across and feed into the station down here. So that'll be lovely. That goes there. We'll probably have to remove that signal and put it in there instead. Otherwise, the signals will get confused. I also need to put in Tristan's battery loading and unloading system, which is of course different to mine. I think I might just stick with mine. I prefer it. And I can adapt it to fit Tristan's disposal system, so that's going to be absolutely fine. Oh yeah, and let's bring the batteries in as well, like this. There we go. Right, now I need to wait for all this scaffolding to be built. But in the meantime, I can build all of this belt across here like this.
The only difference I see is which whether they're both on the same side or on different
That's the
sides.
difference. On this for this one,
Okay.
I wanted it's
I
going to be
don't-
it's going to be much more convenient just to put all of the the loading of the catalogs on the bottom and then dealing with the batteries on the top. But yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't consider that a design difference.
it's a layout difference. If you, I guess it is a difference that means I can't just go up and copy paste what I've done here because these belts would get in
Some
the way
of
of the
mine.
warehouses.
Some of mine have them on the same side.
Okay, all right, it's, whatever. It's going to be a fairly easy adjustment to make, at least. How are the scaffolds getting okay, I went over to have a look, and some of the data substrates are in fact arriving now. I think we've established there's no point in putting a third train in because at that point the supply would not be able to keep up with the logistics. So I won't do that. Audio is desynced. Okay, let's fix that.
Very much as well because you'll be blocking another station down.
Well, I'd put in if I did do that, I'd put in. Oh, I see on the downstream. In the long run, once we get to the point where we are satisfied with the number of substrates and memory cards, they will be waiting at the top.
At which point, having a third train is pointless.
Yes, but in the medium term, until that happens, the trains will be moving most of the time. So there shouldn't be. So there shouldn't be trains blocking at the bottom for very long at all, because they should be going and filling up and clearing off again. Although that said, if we don't have a sufficient input of the rough data substrates, then yeah, there's still going to be a problem. We've got 2/3 of a warehouse going on here. 2/3 of a wagon. Sorry. I wish there was an easy way to. I could turn the train names on and try and let's see where is actually asking for blank data cards. So there is not. There isn't. Blank 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 blank. I don't see a blank data card drop. Oh, there it is. It's gone purple on Marc's. That's fine. It's turned off anyway, which is what matters. Blank data card drop is purpled there.
Mike wants some.
And there. Yeah, Mike's bound to want them. I know Mike wants them because I haven't had the stuff through that I need. I just wanted to see if anyone else wanted them or whether the next train was going to be for Mike. Blank data cards. Yeah, so it's good. So the next one is... Oh, can you? Station list. Is that... No, it's trains. Stations. Here we go. Blank data card drop. There we go. Oh yeah, so that one's. That's neat. So we've got 0 out of 0. So that one's turned off. That one's turned off because it's been disabled. That was a 0 out of 0, so it's disabled. So it is. That's 0 out of 0. That's 0 out of 1.
That must be Mike's one.
Blank data card drop. What? Oh, I see. Oh, right. Yes, the train has got to here and is waiting to leave. I understand. Blank data card drop. I've never used this interface before. This is actually quite useful. Thank you, Regular. Much appreciated. So yeah, that's Mike's one that it's waiting for it to go to. That still seems to say. I don't know why this is 0 out of 1, given that it's.
0 trains on.
Oh
the way
no,
there.
no, it's ready.
That's
It's asking
one.
for another one now. The satellite, the probe building area has stolen all the data cards again.
Should we just turn that station off for now?
Yeah, let's do that. Is it you? I think it's you.
I've done it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, down. So what's going on? Oh, okay. The ship has gone back off to the asteroid field to go and get some more asteroid data. It's used up all the asteroid data, so it's legitimate.
How? Are you sure you're not buffering an excessive amount somewhere?
I am not sure. There are 5 probes in here, which is half what it's supposed to be asking for. Over here, you've got your full. Right, looking at what's here first before I go off anywhere else. You've got 10 probes in your spaceship. There's 10 probes. There's another 10 probes. Oh no, it's a quantum combinator. Sorry, there's none in the requester chest. Over here, there's 5, and it's waiting. It's trying to get 10. So it's trying to get enough for when that ship comes back again. Let's go and have a look at Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1. The ship is not here. Is it the Nightingale? It is not. It is not landing properly. Yes, because I never really finished this off, did I? I went, oh well, I'll finish this off when it's ready, when it's done. So Why did it not land? I don't want to land it manually, actually. So we've got a thing here. We've got this. This is 1,000 and this is 1,000. So we've got a clamp that's set to 1,000. Now, if we go back to that spaceship, it has a landing thing here that says anchor to target right clamp is 1,001. There we go. That's why it's not working. So one of those is incorrect. Let's have a go. Let's go back to Novus orbit and make sure I get this right. So this one over here is 1,000. Okay, so it's the ship that's wrong then. The unhelpfully named Nightingale. This should always dock at 1,000.
That
like that.
probe rocket is also going to get crushed. One the inserter's dropping.
Is that in
lands.
Norbit?
In Norbit.
Oh yeah. That's a shame. So we need to set that inserter to not insert unless the ship's there.
Yeah.
How are we detecting a ship? We've got a signal coming out here. Back to the ship. What signal is being fed out on here? It was a red cable at the other end, wasn't it? That was. Let's look. Yeah. Oh, it was red and green cables coming away from there, so we could use it. We could use a signal that's on either of those. So green currently has fuel levels, which isn't particularly useful. Red has.
That is useful because it's a signal that's coming out of the ship.
True. That's true, actually. Yeah, all right. So we'll say if fuel is great, if ion stream is greater than 0, then it can run. That's to there. Does that go all the way back? Yes. No, it doesn't.
That doesn't go through the arithmetic.
No, it doesn't. So we want to go from here to here, like that, and tell you to enable when ion stream.
Actually, the arithmetic does. The arithmetic does do stuff
0.
with the ion stream, so you could have just said ion stream not equal to 0.
Okay. Oh well, never mind.
But never mind.
Right.
Mark
So that.
the probe for deconstruction.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Bot will pick
yes.
it up, and it will get put in a blue chest at some point.
Yep, makes sense. I should
Then
do
needs to do the same with the one
over
it
here.
drops afterwards.
Yes. Oh right. Okay. I was saying I need. Yes, I was saying I need to do the same for the other spaceship, but that's also true.
So,
Copy, paste. Right, so that should now start working. And if I go out and look at Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1 again, yeah, it's now got 1,000 data cards in there, which means this is now building its second rocket. The system seems to be working. So yeah, and it was a bit, in a way, it was a bit of a shame that it took away quite so many data cards. Oh, we are actually, crikey, the asteroid field data is all the way back down to here. So yeah, that's
Didn't we want to also
got through a lot
reduce
of
the
those.
number requested each time? You don't want to change the Astro one now because you want to do it when they're matched.
Oh, you mean when there's the same number in the chest?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably would be a good idea. And that said, it's not the end of the world if it has some spare probe rockets in the rocket, in the spaceship. It'll just fly them out and bring them back again. No, it actually won't bring them back in. It'll fly them out, stick them in the machine, and they'll get used eventually. There will be an excess in limbo, but don't know.
That's less bad because
They're cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and it also means there'll be one ready when the ship gets out there to put the satellites into, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'll drop those down to both down to 5.
I'm doing the energy ones.
No, I won't.
Wondering whether lower than that would be better, but yeah, it's probably fine.
Hang on, that's this minus. Yeah, it's the minus numbers in the combinator, isn't it? It's been a. Yeah, right.
I noticed your combinator has an ion stream thing,
It does.
whereas the energy one doesn't.
Yeah, that must be a. Oh yeah, that'll be a make sure you've got enough fuel before you go thing. So the end, so that one should have it as well. It's minus 39,000.
Okay.
Yeah, ion stream was the wrong thing to use then because there's already a signal for that. And it's not going to load the actually that doesn't matter. It means it'll refuel the ship, then it'll put the probes and the rockets in, and then the ship will go.
Are you doing? Just do not equals 0.
No, because currently it equals minus 39,000.
Oh yeah.
Could go off a different signals coming out of the spaceship. There were quite a few of them. I just picked that one because it was the first one I mentioned, and you said yeah, go on with that one. How about that one? But on the red cable is also coming out a speed signal of 100.
Mine doesn't have the red cable, but it could just use basically any of the other thing like the clamp signal.
Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't have a red cable going to it. Yeah, these are completely different designs. That's weird. I thought I built them both in exactly the same. Essentially, built them both the same, one after the other, in basically the same way. But I've obviously changed a lot of the design partway through, which is a little bit silly. But never mind.
Okay. I've set it on one of the clamps.
Okay. I've set the other one on the speed signal because that was something that's being fed out on the red cable. Okay, well that's lovely that they're different and weird and so on. But okay, whatever. Well done, Laurence. Good job there.
You're dropping more cables around. How many are in the?
I don't know how. I don't know what causes the cables to drop like that. But yes, it keeps happening. Why does this keep happening?
There's 137 red ones and 31 green ones.
Shows which one I use more, doesn't it? Yeah, for some reason it is a habit to use the red cables unless I have to use green cables because I've already used the red cables. I think it's probably useful that I have a habit that is one way round because that means when I arbitrarily build something, it will probably be compatible with something else I arbitrarily built. But it's still sort of interesting and slightly weird.
My impression is that it happens when you deselect while mousing over something that they can drop on.
You mean something you could connect it to?
No. Drop onto a belt or warehouse or something. Or I'm not sure, because
Nope.
There's a logic to it, but I don't know what the logic is.
Faustus says it is a known bug. Yeah, it's definitely a bug that I know. But yeah, I honestly I don't know what causes it. Don't need a signal transmitter.
It's something you do a bunch, but I don't. So.
I'm going to suspect it's another one of those lag-related things. So you don't do it because you are the server. If someone else, if I was it's like when I accidentally rotate belts all the time. I'm suspecting with very little evidence to this point, but I'm guessing that it might be the same sort of thing.
You did it in 0.5.
Oh, did I? Okay.
Yeah, you were constantly doing that.
All right. It's something different about the way we play then, and I have no idea what it is. Faustus says it's only every other time. It's not lag related. Yeah, but the question, yes, you always have. Yes, you have two cables in your inventory there. You should always. Oops. Yeah, you should always have two cables in your navsat inventory like that. Yes, but why does it keep dropping them? Why does it sometimes drop them when you select them and deselect them? And where's getting attacked? Is it Talos again? Oh god, yeah, the beams are attacking Talos again. Maybe I'll just turn them all off and go for where's it gone this time? A similar sort of place. Okay, so it hasn't broken anywhere different. In fact, two of them have just swept across the sods. So I mean, the biters are getting seriously thinned out in this area. I think they are also expanding as well as being thinned out. So it is working, but at what cost? Yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be that it drops 3 cables on the floor each time it does. Each time it happens. But it's more. The question is, what causes it to drop cables? Rather than, yeah, and why does it do it more to me than it does to Tristan? These are important questions. Oh, that one was kind enough to go between pylons. And interestingly, it looks like the beam is capable of destroying... It destroys a pylon easily if it tags it, but just does a bit of damage to rail if it crosses over. It's only taken 11 health off that rail, whereas a pylon, which also has 150 health, so it's not quite as much, but the rail is a lot tougher. It's a lot harder to make rail lose its health from an energy beam, apparently. Oh, 3 beams. Yes, we had. Yes, wrong button. Yes, 3 beams. Ha ha ha. Went across the. Hopefully, these ones will go out the end over here and won't go back across the rail. This one is probably might go over here if it's got any sense, and if it does, it then might destroy some stuff over this way. We shall see. Which way are you going? Oh, you're trying to kill a behemoth worm. Fair enough. I think I might just assume that next week I'm going to head out to Talos and do a bit of fixing up of all of these things that have been damaged. But in the meantime, not worry about it too much. At least all of the places that have had something destroyed have all been along this spur. So it's only this one that's lost power. And I should try and remember to take out some good radars as well and drop them one in each of the outposty things. Oh well, as I said earlier, there is enough beryllium by a significant margin, so it's not too serious. Okay, over here. Let's just do this like this. Right. Okay, we need to feed in the various different matter catalogs. So I'll put that there. One, 2. There we go. And then we can set limits on those. And over here, all of these need to be reprogrammed into... Well, 2 of these need to be reprogrammed to be matter catalog 1 and matter catalog 1. I guess the rest could be absolutely anything. It doesn't matter. They're not going to be able to load anything else. They're not going to have any of these... data in order to load in, so that's fine. Can just leave that alone. Over here, what do you guys? What does all this do? Nothing. We're just reading all of the stuff here. What the hell is going on with all of this? I think this is a hangover from the way things used to work. Oh, now it's attacking something more serious on Talos. Yep, it's actually gone straight through the corner of one of the mine areas. I mean, there's...
I've just turned one off, so it seemed to be attacking stuff.
It wasn't that one. Oh, it was that one. Oh, maybe it was that one then. I mean,
there were 2.
That I am going to...
The other one was...
I think
you'll have other damage somewhere.
Okay.
Unless they were literally in the same place.
They were in pretty similar places. There's no other... I don't see any other alerts. I feel like maybe that is severe enough that I think I might actually head over there and sort it out. Especially as we're waiting. Especially as I've got all of that waiting for memory cards to do. So let's get some. Let's go over to my spaceship. Let's fill it up with useful stuff like radar 2s, and probably most of the rest of the stuff is going to be out there already. But let's have a look anyway. Where are the spaceships parked? Up here somewhere. Yes, I can go out and fix all that up. My spaceship is being loaded and plundered. It's being plundered to reload me. Okay, fair enough. So I would like to have, let's see. I need some radar 2s. Like 20 of them or so. Or 50 is a number. We'll have those. The rest of the stuff, I don't really know what else I need. Do I have laser turrets in here? No. Let's have some laser turrets then. Just to make sure.
Pollution scrubbers.
Yeah, the pollution scrubbers and walls. Walls. Not those sort of scrubbers. What are they actually called? They're not called filters, are they?
Air purifier.
Oh, air purifiers, thank you. Stack of air purifiers. Okay, 31 of those is going to be enough. Belts. It's probably red belts. Take a couple of hundred of those. I've got loads of those in my pockets, and a load more in the ship. Big pylons, but I think I've got some of them. Yes, I have got 50 of those. Repair packs, that'd be good. I've never got enough repair packs wherever I go. Get all that in, and then we can head off to Talos. And at that point, I think I should go to bed, because it's basically midnight now, and therefore it is definitely bedtime. But I would like to get those in first. So there's plenty of wall there, because there's quite a lot of wall out on that planet. Actually, to be honest, the wall is probably absolutely fine, because it's so tough. The laser turret's got absolutely wrecked. Oh right, so it's because you. Okay, so my navsat inventory has some cables in it there, and if I create, so you're saying if I create some like this, and then create some more. I don't know. The number in there is gone to 2. Now it's gone down to 0 again. Oh, I know what it might be the difference then, Tristan. In that case, when you're putting cables down, do you select them from the crafting menu or from the inventory?
Crafting menu, I think.
Okay, because so do I. I was going to say maybe if you take them from the inventory.
How do you deselect?
I was deselecting with Q then.
So,
oh no.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Oh, if you deselect with Q when you're moused over something else, then sometimes it happens, but only sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Every other time. Yeah. Oh, sort of see. But only if there's already 2 in the inventory. Yeah, there we go.
Having just picked from the inventory by muscle memory, I might be taking it from there instead, actually.
Right, that might be the difference. Because when I'm in navsat mode, everything I want to put down comes from the crafting side. So I get red cables from there as well, because that's the habit. But yes, if you're taking them from the inventory, that might be the difference. Because I think if they're not in the inventory, then they go back into the inventory. But if you've already got some in your inventory, then they go in. Yeah, then they can go into a chest or something. Right. Okay. Well, that answers the question. It's still a silly bug, but I don't think there's any disagreement over it being a silly bug. Right, 125 repair packs. That's probably going to be enough. Oh right, okay. So you figured it out. I think it's especially awkward because it's an only sometimes error as well, which makes it that little bit harder to spot and find out. All right, let us go to head over to a Talos orbit. The plague. Might just hit Talos with the plague, to be honest. See how difficult it is to make the thing. How long is it going to take me to get to Talos? 4.5 minutes. Okay. At 45 UPS, so about 6 minutes. In that case, let's go back to Norvis orbit and start having a look at what's been going on over here, because I might be able to do some more stuff, perhaps. So down here, this is still all idle because we are still waiting for those data cards. However, there's a train with a load more data substrates. These are very nearly. This very nearly has enough to call another train. We just need to fill up this column, this stack, and this stack, and then. Yeah, so another 100 coming in. We've got lots coming in from over here now. So I think we're about to have a train, which means we're about to restock Mike's material science area. Factorio's problem solving just happened. Yeah, Yes, it's just when things are only a sometimes bug, then they're a bit more frustrating.
Energy and matter want data cards now.
Oh,
I mean, they don't strictly need them yet,
yeah, I might send
but
the train somewhere else. This goes up pretty quickly, actually. Now that there's an actual flood of them coming in, we are seeing it's got up to 60 stacks now already. So in the time I've been talking about this, 10 stacks worth have come in. So let's add an additional stop over here somewhere.
that'll send it straight away.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting.
Beautiful.
I'm waiting. I'm being patient. Because it's going to take less time to wait for that to fill up than it is for me to run through trying to work out what the best way to do this is that isn't doing it like this. There we go. Temporary stop there. 5 seconds. It'll go up and drop them off in the material.
Get rid of the 5 seconds.
Yeah,
Because then it doesn't even bother stopping.
True. And it's up to... Oh, wow. It's up to 23 stacks already. 23, 24 stacks. It's half full again already. And another trainload of blank data, rough data substrates has been dropped off. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to make an enormous amount of difference to how long the matter science area is going... the energy science is going to be waiting. We are absolutely ripping through.
Shall I remove the limit on the probes now then? The disabling there.
Remove the disabling, but we'll leave it on only trying to make 5 of them.
Yeah.
For each. Right, so now we will have the data cards being dropped off here. There's only one belt bringing them out, so it's going to take... I don't know, actually, because a lot of these are already full. We haven't needed any snowflake data for a while. Interestingly, there's still a sufficiency of fire data. We've been able to make... No, that's interesting. I'm surprised that's still full, given that I've tapped off however much up here. Oh, maybe that's what used up the last of the data card? No, it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I'm puzzled by that. But this is just screaming straight up here. None of these material catalogues have been needed for absolutely ages. So we'll just fill this back up again. Oh, there's some are going to get pulled. A few are going to get pulled out here. But not very many. Only to fill up sort of just across to here. Interesting. Most of these don't seem to have been all that short. Most of these haven't run out, so it's very, very strange that pressure data had already completely run out. Maybe it's just because it's a higher tier, and the higher tier ones were being used more. I'm not sure. Yeah, so there's some going out for the other side of triangle data. Oh! No, I think a train had previously come in with some data cards. This is the second one that's made it over to material science. Because here we are. We are actually making. It is making the pressure data, not particularly quickly. It seems to mostly be producing scrap, but I guess that's the way that it rolls. Oh, there seems to be a lot of scrap. It's trying to. It's weird. It's almost as if there's. How much scrap does this? Oh, right. Okay. It's producing so much scrap that the later machines aren't able to unload their pressure data. So one belt isn't enough for the 8 machines Mike's put in here. Also, we seem to have run out of iridium girders. Oh dear. That, I think, is Mike's fault, problem, whatever. Is he still making them up here? Yes, he's trying to still make them up here, but has run out of iridium ingots because that's been turned off. Okay, so Mike hasn't updated his the system properly to start producing the iridium ingots, iridium girders, bring the iridium girders up from Norvis. So we'll need to tell him to do that next week. I'm not going to go in and fiddle with that. That's a him problem, definitely. These all flowed up here. Where are the... Where was I tapping it off from? Where am I tapping this off from? Oh, here. None of them have made it through. What? I'm very confused. Right, so the scrap is all going down here, as the scrap should. That's good. We approve of that. Even if it's all
Oh,
going
I
on the
hadn't
same
noticed
side of the belt. And causing
Before
problems.
our research productivity is more than 100%, plus 100%.
Oh, nice.
I hadn't realised we cleared that. It's 120% in one and 116% in the other.
Nice. Yeah, we were pretty close to 100% before, so in hindsight, that doesn't surprise me. Oh, they've been put straight into the train, that's why I couldn't find any. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me particularly, but it's nice to have the confirmation of it.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll let this peter out, I suppose. No, I'm just going to dispatch the train now, even though it's not full, because I would like to unload these and get the system... What do you mean, no path? Oh, there's a signal missing. Not sure how... Oh, I probably only copied the bottom half of the station or something equally daft. Okay, well, that's why I test these things, I suppose. And why everybody lost the rocket race, including me. Did I put the extra signals in down here? Yes and yes. Right, okay.
Switched to map view and then it looked like someone pinged right next to me. There's the meteor was going to land in the science park,
Oh, I see.
but it got shot down.
Right, so put that there. Grab all of that. And we'll take a bit of... Actually, no, I've got enough in my pockets, as previously discussed. Right, now I can come over here. I can go down ride the elevator matron, and then just fly. Ooh, turn my robots are on. Place that, please. Thank you. Right, let's go put down these radars in all the outposts. Because then at least I'll be able to have a bit of a better view of what's going on. I'll put one down here as well. Bing. And down here. That'll do. Am I low enough? No, this isn't. I haven't gone down far enough to get to the problem area yet. Okay, bots. Thank you.
And there's the plague.
You say that it's been researched. We haven't actually
Yes.
built any yet. Right, so let's do some repairing. Oh, miners. Miners would have been a good extra thing to bring. I don't think I've lost many, and if I have, then I can nick the ones that have run out of stuff to actually mine. But repairing frenzy, and rebuilding frenzy as well, actually, for that matter. This one was important. The reason I came out this time for this was because this is more important because this is going to stop. Having all this destroyed, particularly these belts, is going to break the air purification and cleaning that goes on over here, which is just going to lead to more biters coming through later. And if all the turrets and things are broken over here, then that could be extremely problematic. We'll pull up that one, and it doesn't look like I actually need to replace any of the mines. They seem to all be. Oh no, I take it back. Some of them. Oh no, just a couple of bit damaged, and that was a bots going out to repair. Oh, my inventory's full. I have a lot of unneeded junk. There we go. And I've got some speed module, fairly low numbers. Right, okay, that was the important bit. Now the other slightly less important bit is down here, where various pylons and things have been wrecked along the rails here. Ooh, another asteroid field, lovely. This will be good once we want to go out and start getting arcospheres much later on.
We also want to know where they all are for where we want to go for Naquium.
Also true, yes. I'm not noticing any dropped frames on local, but you'd kind of hope there wouldn't be any dropped frames locally. I'm
seeing them on Twitch as well, but I assumed that was a my end thing, since
Okay.
I assumed someone in chat would have said otherwise.
Right.
Someone in chat has said.
Yeah, okay. It might be that I wonder. Yeah, the computer that's doing the stream is getting fairly toasty. I think so I've gone back to using the mini computer because it means Beth can carry on playing games in the evening without me stealing her computer, basically. And with it having got a lot cooler over here in the UK, it seems to be able to cope. But it looks like that 4 or 5, however many hours it is we've just about got to now, is the upper limit of what it can actually cope with. So that I guess is a reason to stop relatively soon, if not, even if it wasn't actually midnight and stuff like that. So yeah, I will finish off the repairs up here though, because I think this is worth doing. So yes, apologies for the reduced frame rate. It seems to be just the sort of the general overheating. It's because I'm using a computer that doesn't. I suspect it's because I'm using a computer that can't sink as much heat or can't deal with as much heat, so it ends up heat soaking itself and therefore starts to have performance issues. If I was using when I'm using a full size tower, it has a bit more airflow through it and therefore can deal with the heat a little bit better. Oh, okay. So Regular and Doopy say it's a bit stuttery, but Faustus says it's now recovered. So, I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. I wouldn't be... I mean, I am using a computer for something it's not really designed for. It's meant to be an office machine, I think. So it kind of sucks. But I'll... It at least means we get to play the game at 44 UPS rather than 30. So I'm sort of prepared to put up with a little bit of a few minor issues. But yeah, maybe I need to start pointing. I've been sort of, when it was ridiculously hot, I tried pointing a fan at it, and that definitely helped. So I might get some case fans and make some ducting for it. And I've been sort of talking about that. Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying you're hoping that if you say that everything is absolutely fine, then I'll carry on playing until sort of sometime tomorrow afternoon or something like that. Oh dear. Oh yeah, that is actually looking at the local view on the streaming computer. It is, yes, that is a bit jerky. So I'll try restarting the capture card again because that fixes some problems. No, that's still just as bad, I think. Oh well, it was worth a shot. Okay, wow, look at all that radar coverage, isn't that lovely? I'll finish off dealing with that as well, and then I think, and then I can have another look at Norvis and see how things are getting on with the matter science, because that is also very, very nearly done. Once it's got all the bits and pieces over there, it should be able to, well, matter. It should matter. Ooh, worms, biters. Oh my. Have I got everywhere covered now? Just about. So I need one over there and one there and probably one in the little patch up at the top. I don't have any armor lasers because I died horribly and lost my power armor with all of the weapons in it, which is a bit frustrating. I'm going to have to make another one of those at some point because being able to kill biters just by flying past them is extremely useful. And I miss that ability. Right, so it was up here in yonder corner. So stick one in all the way up here. Screech. Definitely maybe. It's keeping the artillery supplied, and I suppose I could do that with the what's the name, filter train. So yes, potentially, but in practice, I mean the bases are fairly good at keeping themselves. The biters don't tend to expand that ferociously, in my experience. It's mostly been okay on this planet. Especially as there is an artillery piece right in the centre of the main base area, which is capable of dealing with, on manual mode, is capable of shelling pretty much the entire explored area. So yes, but also it's a nice idea, but I'm not sure it's worth the extra effort. Putting laser artillery out there instead of laser turrets could be quite nice. Yeah, we haven't used the laser artillery, and we probably should. I don't really know why I haven't, apart from I've just not built any.
It's a turret. It's not really artillery.
Yeah, but it's a longer range turret that presumably outranges the behemoth worms, and therefore it could keep things. Yeah. It should keep things safe at least.
Yeah, right. Having those scattered around on perimeter walls makes sense.
Yeah. Right, lifty, right. There we go. Okay, so that'll get the that running again. Up here, how are we doing up here for a warehouse load? Warehouse is 2/3 full. Okay, that's reasonable. Let's head back to Norvis Orbit, because I think I've done everything over here that I want to. And blip, there we go. And Norvis Orbit. Right, so now we can look back at Norvis Orbit, and now that I've had those data cards come in, this is Astro. Let's look over here, and let's turn those off because that's a mess. Right, if we look over here, well, we apparently ripped through those rather quickly. Where are the other ones? What were the other ones? Were they for here? I think. Yeah, okay. We've finished several hundred products over here. And so, yeah, we've got... Well, we've made, presumably, a quantity of... What? Where have they gone? Products finished 2. Is there an underground belt in here that's the wrong way around? No? Are they still in here and haven't been unloaded? I am very confused. So this is managed to... It says products finished 2, products finished 4, products finished 2. So we've made 8 of them. Firstly, why have we only made 8? I thought we had a couple of 100 cards available. But secondly, where have they gone? They should have gone into these warehouses. Oh, they've gone out of these and they're in these belt. Yeah, there they are. I can see some in there. Just about in there. There they go on the loaders. Yeah, you're quite right, both of you. Yes, spot on there. The other question is why only 2? So the fiery data is going in here. We made loads. Oh, it's this one up here. Why are you stop? Ah, this is jammed. There we go. That's why there aren't very many available, because there's loads and loads of scrap made by this, and I haven't been disposing of it properly. There we go. Right, so now we can make a quantity of them. It's not enough to be particularly useful, but it's enough to demonstrate that the system is working and to get supply and to run it for a few minutes, and we can have a look at it and see if it's obvious which of these need additional machines. Now the answer is almost certainly going to be all of them, but if some are mostly keeping up and others aren't, well, it'd be interesting to see. So, but yes, I mean, there we go. We are making the catalogues. I feel that's rather nice. That feels like my achievement for the day. So I'm mostly for yesterday, to be honest. So yeah, happy with that. So that's great. I'm not going to get on with anything else just yet. I mean, we've got the scrap train up here. This one that goes to scrap pickup loads up to about there. It's supposed to actually do that. Was this one? Ah, there we go. It'll fill up to. No, fill up to there, like that. We're only taking matter catalogues for now, so we'll do that. That means we can take 4 stacks of those and 4 rows of these, and those will balance to get those balance. That is balanced, ridiculously enough. And then once we get matter 2, I'll take out 2 of these, and then we'll be able to rebalance it to work for that. Okay, so that needs to go to there. Okay, Pete. Good night. Yeah, I think I might do the same fairly soon. And so this one needs to go to scrap pickup. It needs to also go to matter pickup, but it needs to do it the other way round, I think. And I haven't really named matter pickup yet. That said, I think we're at a point now where I'm very happy to call an end to the stream. The cards are flowing through. It looks like we're actually producing them faster than we're using them down here, because we've got a little bit of a buffer starting to build up at the end. So that's really good. Probably means we need more of these machines, of course, here, or put speed modules in them. But you know, that's how Factorio works. These question mark data cards aren't being made as quickly. But anyway, I feel that's been quite a nice achievement. We've got a core data alert popping up here. Too many cores on Norvis, so we need more trains, I guess. Or has it been because we had it stopped because it stopped for a bit?
Because it stopped.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sort of hoping it'll sort itself out.
Okay.
Actually, we're at the point where it's either going to be sorting itself out, or we could do with maybe an extra train.
Okay.
The drop-off station hasn't been empty yet.
Right. Okay. So we might need to empty it quicker. Right. So,
yeah.
Thank you for watching. We are today's achievement for me at least has been to get the matter catalogs finally working. That's been quite an epic slog. Most of the epic of the slog has been trying to make the tier 6 modules, but it's been fun. It's been interesting. It's been a very enjoyable challenge. I have definitely enjoyed getting to this point. So what's going to be happening over the next few days? Well, there'll be videos coming out on Saturday and Monday, assuming I manage to produce it on time. It's a little bit more pressure than I'm used to for trying to get them out, but I'm hoping to be able to manage that. Then on Tuesday I will be streaming again, playing XCOM. So XCOM 2, come along then and join me for XCOM 2 stream on Tuesday. That's a bit more action packed, a bit more, still fairly thinky, but yeah, it's great fun. I'm very much enjoying that game, and things are going sometimes well, sometimes not quite so well. Then what else is happening? There won't be there should be a video for supporters on Wednesday of next week. I've got it nearly finished now, so I think by Wednesday it'll easily be ready, and that means it'll be coming out the week after for non-supporters. So once again, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you in everything else that's going on. Don't forget to subscribe, follow, like, etc., all of those sort of things, so you don't miss out on anything that's going on the channel. And I'll see you next time. And goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Metbar. Goodbye, Doopy. Goodbye, Pete, and anyone else who's and Jazzy. Yeah. Yes, it's definitely bedtime. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.